Good morning. It's July 20th, and we're starting the planning board meeting for today. Our first item is preliminary matters. The first is adoption of resolutions. We have 7 this morning. The first 5 all commissioners can vote on, and the last 2 I have to recuse myself. The first one is, we'll do them each themselves. The first one is Edgemore Subdivision Plat Number 6, 2023-0060, MCPB number 23-071. Do I have a motion for approval?
I move to approve.
Is there a second?
I second.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Unanimous. The second one is North Bethesda Market 2 Preliminary Plan 1-2012-004B, MCPB number 23-074. Do I have a motion for approval?
I move to approve.
Is
I
there-
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. The third is North Bethesda Market 2, Site Plan 8, 2020-004B-MCPB number 23-075. Do I have a motion for approval?
I
Move to approve.
Yep. I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye, it's unanimous. Number 4 is North Bethesda Market 2 Forest Conservation Plan F-2023-0170-MCPB number 23-076. Do I have a motion for approval?
I move to approve.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. Number 5 is MHP, oh, no, I can't, this is the, there's another one here.
Mr. Chair, there's also Rock Creek Village Shopping
Okay,
Center.
we'll do number 7, Rock Creek Village Shopping Center, 8-2020-019A-MCPB number 23-079. Do I have a motion for approval?
I move to approve.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. It's unanimous. So the next 2, I will have to abstain. It's number 5, MHP Neville Street Site Plan 8, 2022-015A-MCB, number 23-080.
I move, do we have a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
I second.
Seconded.
All aye.
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 That's 401. Okay. The next one is the staging allocation request number 28200, Site Plan 8, 2022-0150-MCPB, number 23-088.
Can we have a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
I second.
Seconded.
All ayes.
Aye.
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 And I abstain.
So 4-2, 4 aye, 1 abstain.
Thanks, everyone. So we're going to move to the approval of minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of July 6, 2023?
I move to approve the minutes.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 That's 5 ayes. Next, we're going to go to preliminary matters. This is the corrected resolution for Sandy Spring Museum Preliminary Plan number 1-1996032B, MCPB number 23-043, and Sandy Spring Museum Site Plan number 8-1996010B, MCPB number 23-044. Mr. Linden and I have to abstain on this one because we weren't here for the original voting. You have a motion for approval?
I
move
move
that
to
we-
approve.
I'll second.
All ayes.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So 3-2 And abstain, all abstain?
Yeah, 302, yes.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
The next is I want to make announcements of some appointments to boards. So Vice Commissioner Pedawim has been appointed to the MNC PPC Audit Committee. Commissioner Hendricks has been appointed to the NCPPC Retirement Systems Board of Trustees, and Commissioner Linden has been appointed to the Post-Retirement Insurance Benefits Program Board of Trustees, Section 115. It's just an announcement for the record. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to item number 2, the record plats. There are 3 to be approved. We're going to, I'll announce them all, but we're going to vote, one vote for all 3. The first one is subdivision plat number 2, 2022-0210, the flats at Knoll Station, CRT, Zone 1. The second is subdivision plat number 2, 2023-0900, Plainfield Orchards. The third one is subdivision plat number 2-2023-0910, Pinecrest. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
Second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 So it's 5-0 for that. Thank you. So we have a couple of extensions. One extension. It is it's item number 3, regulatory extension request. It's for HBKY Metmig Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church, preliminary plan number 1-2023-0080, regulatory extension number 1. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. That's 5-0. Thank you. So now we will go to our roundtable discussion. Director Riley will present it. Thank you and welcome.
Good morning, Planning Board. Mike Riley here. Going forward for my park director's reports, one of the things I want to do periodically is highlight programs or themes and introduce them to the board that go on in the Parks Department, because as you know, we do so many different things in the Parks Department, from recreational programs to law enforcement to wildlife management, and they all are varied and have certain experts in the department. And I just will use this opportunity to introduce the board to several of them. This morning is going to be all about what we call our park activation team. A couple weeks ago, on a couple Tuesdays ago, the County Council did a proclamation for Park and Recreation Month. Every year, July is Park and Recreation Month. That's proclaimed by the National Park and Recreation Association, and then states and towns and cities across the country usually do their own resolutions to consider July Park and Recreation Month. And this year, the County Council, under Vice President Friedson and Council member Albornoz, who used to be the director of the Recreation Department, came up with the idea that they would ask me and the Director of Recreation, Robin Riley, to recognize a particular program or group of staff within their department. And it was an easy choice for me. My brain immediately went to our park activation team because it's a growing and highly successful program that brings a lot of people into our park. I just want to talk a little bit of history about this park activation concept. It was about 7 or 8 years ago when Casey Anderson was chair and I were meeting, talking about priorities for the department. And we kind of concluded that because we don't have the recreation function in the Parks Department, we said, you know, we build these beautiful parks, these beautiful facilities, and the people do come, they're drawn in, but we really don't, have a lot of active programs, music or other events that bring people in. So we didn't have any dedicated staff, so we came up with this idea. The first one was called a Touch-a-Truck. We did it in Wall Park in White Flint, if you're familiar with that park. Its primary feature is a parking lot for the Kennedy Shriver Aquatic Center. It's our property, but there are some recreational amenities in it, like a playground and a trail. But I digress a little bit. At some point in the future, hopefully, you're going to see a project come into you on the regulatory side that is going to build a parking garage that will allow us to reclaim all that parking and turn it into a true urban park in the heart of White Flint. But that's a side issue I can bring back another day. So anyway, we got all our staff together that have police cars and bucket trucks and the construction folks that have grade-alls and bulldozers, brought them all into Wall Park and advertised as a touch and truck. And when I was driving out there and got within a quarter mile of the park, it was on a Saturday morning, all I could hear was horns beeping from the children getting in the cabs of the truck and beeping the horns. My immediate thought was, oh my gosh, come Monday morning, all the neighbors are going to have complained in these high residential buildings about all this beeping. But fortunately, that never materialized because I think most of them were there. And it was a smashing success. I got there and there were families with small children all over the place. Crawling all over these cars and trucks, having a blast. So that was kind of the birth of the program. I think we're about 7 years down the road, and we've been building incrementally a small but mighty team. You're going to hear from Mike Coppersmith, the director of the activation team, in a minute, who's going to highlight some of the things they've been doing. But if I can go back to the PROS plan for a minute, it has 3 major themes, and one of them is social engagement, promoting social engagement and interaction in our parks. This idea of getting our community members to come into our public spaces who have some common interest. It could be music, it could be dance, it could be food, it could be anything, roller disco, some one-off things like that. And hopefully get to know each other. And I don't want to overstate the importance of that, but I do think that is a way to help move a society forward, to get people to meet each other, get to know each other, and engage with each other. So I think it's a very important program. So I am going to read just a few clauses from the council resolution before I turn it over to Mike to give you a flavor of what the County Council did. It says, whereas Montgomery Parks and Montgomery Recreation provide programs that are vitally important to establishing and maintaining our quality of life, the talented and dedicated staff and seasonal workers from both organizations provide innovative and inclusive program for communities and residents across Montgomery County. Whereas the Parks Department has drastically expanded its slate of community-building park events such as comedy nights, acoustics now, salsa in the park, roller disco, mud fest, movie nights, skate nights, sunset yoga, and much more. I said a variety of interest. We have a mud fest where people pay to come roll around in the mud. Let's see, and the conclusion is, whereas the Parks and Recreation Departments further our county's goals to protect our environment, share our history with residents and visitors, bring community members together, promote active lifestyles, and provide learning opportunities for the residents of Montgomery County. So I really want to thank the whole council, particularly Council Vice President Friedson and Councilmember Albornoz for that lovely proclamation and the allowing me to recognize this wonderful team. So before I turn it over to Mike, I have to recognize an individual who's been behind the success of this program, Dave Vismera, Division Chief. Please raise your hand. Dave runs a division called Horticulture, Forestry, and Environmental Education. So you might ask, how did the park activation team end up there? It ended up there because we knew Dave would do a great job with it. So I want to profusely thank him. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mike. You see the first picture here is of the council proclamation. We stuck that in there before he goes into his presentation. I was glad the chair was able to join us, and I'll turn it over to Mike, and he can take it away.
Hi, thank you. For the record, Mike Coppersmith, Director of Parks Activation. Excited to be here this morning to talk to you about a little bit about what Parks Activation does, what we've been doing over the past 18 months, and what we're doing moving forward. As Director Riley said, the objective of Parks Activation is to bring people into parks by building community through our events and programs. We've been working towards that by creating 3 different types of events: local, regional, and signature events. Local events have generally been around 100 attendees and typically occur in our neighborhood and urban parks. For example, earlier this week, we were at Elm Street Urban Park, where we had a lot of folks that walked to the event and also took bikes to the event for one of our Parks Playhouse events. Regional events have traditionally been our event series and our mid-size events, averaging between 250 and 500 attendees, and those take place traditionally in local parks and urban parks as well. And last would be signature events. These are our annual repeat events that have been traditionally larger in nature, have a little bit more content to them, multiple performers and entertainers, and looking at about 1,000 plus attendees. And they traditionally have taken place in our regional parks. A good example of this would be our Ale Trail, which we'll talk about in a little bit. That was at Rock Creek Regional Park in Lake Needwood. During the 2022 event season, we produced 66 events. I mentioned Ale Trail. We had 1,500 attendees for that inaugural event. Park Spectacular, which was at South Germantown Recreational Park, we had 2,800 attendees. And our Parks Playhouse Junior Series, across the series, we had 1,200 attendees for that. The 2023 season, we're looking about having the same number of events through the completion of the fall season. The park activation team, as Director Riley mentioned, is in the Heffy division, led by David Vismera, who you met prior. And then the activation team is currently comprised of 4 full-time employees, including myself, some of who are able to be here today. If I can just briefly introduce them. Stephanie Ryan, who handles our event operations. Abby Landis, who's a recreational specialist, full-time employee. Robin Hulvey, who is a seasonal employee and does a lot of our event programming as well. And who's not able to be here is Jordan Crumback, who's one of our recreation specialists. And then Takia Sims, who's our admin support person who kind of keeps us all running together. As part of the FY24 budget process, we were fortunate to get 2 of the 3 requested positions. One of those, which we're about to begin recruitment for, one of those is a full-time special events manager. That person's going to focus on our larger signature special events, as well as working on creating partnerships and opportunities to bring more event content into the parks. The second position is a maintenance worker position that's going to help support the operations of the program. That person will be focusing on maintaining and prepping our equipment, transporting equipment to and from event site throughout the county, and then also providing on-site event support at the event. So we're very excited to have those folks on board here, hopefully in the near future. Just a little bit about what goes into the event planning process that the staff here puts work into. Our goal is to be working on events anywhere between 6 and 12 months in advance. With our larger events, that work really needs to start when the other one finishes to begin the cycle through the permitting process and get on the calendar and marketing and outreach. Other areas the team focuses their planning efforts on: site location, making sure that the event matches and is a good fit for the park, creating and developing that event content, coordinating with performers, entertainers, breweries, food trucks, community groups, and navigating the permitting process. Logistically speaking, we also bring in, when we go to these park locations, we're bringing in all of the electric, the sound, the lights, restrooms, and staffing needs. Last but not least, our work touches many parts of the organization. We're supported by many parts of the organization, and that starts with the northern and southern regions. They come out and they prep our parks for, kind of these non-traditional uses, especially in our urban parks areas. So they've been very instrumental in helping support our work, as has facilities management and the Heffy division. And then PACP with the marketing and outreach, program access, making sure that our events are accessible for the public, and then Park Police for helping keep attendees and staff safe at the events. Talk a little bit about some of the events that we've done in the past. The first one is Ale Trail. This was held in September 2022. We'll be having it again this September in 2023. It featured bands, food trucks, and beer vendors, and a 2.5-mile hike around Lake Needwood to a mid-hike beer garden where there was additional entertainment. And as I mentioned prior, that there was 1,500 attendees at the inaugural event last year. So we're looking forward to good weather this year and a larger crowd. The next event is Park Spectacular. This was held at South Germantown Recreational Park on the Adventure Playground, Halloween-themed event with Glen Echo Puppet Company, face painting, roving entertainers, and we had 2,800 people estimated at the at the event last fall. Director Riley mentioned roller disco. We did that this past April 14th up at Ridge Road Recreational Park on the outdoor skating rink. 450 estimated attendees. It was disco themed, and folks really got into the costumes. There's an aerial photo, and you can see it. We were fighting a little bit of rain at that event. You can see the rainbow there in the background. Acoustics and Ales, this has been one of our more popular series. We repeated it, I think we've had it every season, spring, fall, and summer now. This is at Flower Avenue Urban Park. That was our first time going down there. We did it the Thursday before Memorial Day weekend. We had 500 folks at that event. We partnered with MHP and Discover Long Branch to help get the word out in the community. This is a photo on the top left from that. So we packed the park for this one. The community turned out. We also worked with some local restaurants and food vendors on site to help support the event. Additional parks that we've gone to have been Germantown Town Center Urban Park, Fairview Road, and Elm Street Urban Park for acoustics and ales. This photo is from Sunday Serenade at Cabin John. We utilized the amphitheater for this event. We've done this event series twice now, in the fall of '22 and the spring of '23. We had 3 shows this spring. One was rained out, but for the 3 shows, we had 750 estimated attendees total at that. That was taking place Sunday morning from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m., and it featured jazz, funk, and some Motown classics. The next one is Salsa in the Park. This was held up in Germantown Town Center Urban Park on Friday, May 19th. We broke it out this year. We did the lesson, a little bit different from seasons prior. We did the lesson on Wednesday night where we had 100 folks show up just to do the lesson, and then we had 350 attendees Friday night for the actual salsa performance. We talked about Mudfest. This is an example of an event and a partnership that Activation helped out with. This event at Woodstock Equestrian Park in Dickerson is put on by the Black Hills Nature Programs. Katrina Faust and Jen Scully kind of coordinate and put a lot of work into this event. This year, Activation assisted with logistics and equipment and some on-site staffing. I also just wanted to show you photos of people in the mud. I thought that'd be kind of fun. It also highlights the partnerships that Activation has been involved in. We've helped support the Long Branch Festival, Burtonsville Day, Yappy Hours with Bethesda Urban Partnership, and Story Time with the Germantown Library. This year, we're currently working with the Germantown Library on doing 7 story times at Germantown Town Center Urban Park this summer and the fall. Our 2 big series this summer has been Parks Playhouse and Parks Playhouse Junior. Parks Playhouse focuses, we're gearing that primarily towards adults and families. We've done 14 performances in total this summer on the calendar. 3 theater performances, 3 comedy shows, and 8 different concerts. Last Wednesday at North Four Corners Local Park, we worked with Prince George's County Recreation and Parks for their Shakespeare in the Park production. They did The Tempest. We had 500 folks estimated show up for that event out at North Four Corners. In addition to that, we also had the Montgomery County Planning Board was on site talking about the University Boulevard Corridor Study Plan, as well as Montgomery Park's Daniel Thoburn in our recruitment, talking about outreach and trying to get folks into jobs. So we had that as well. This is one of the comedy shows we talked about. This was a first for us. We did a Spanish-speaking only comedy show down at Flower Avenue Urban Park on July 6th. We worked with Improbable Comedy, who's based out of Silver Spring, Maryland. They put the shows together and worked with us on that. And we had about 80 attendees at that for the first one. So we were excited to kind of offer some Spanish-speaking only content and look forward to doing something similar in the future. The last week of Parks Playhouse is coming up. We're going to do a closing week at the Cabin John Amphitheater with 123 Andreas. And then the dueling pianos, we're going to do a dueling piano show, back to school comedy show, and then closing out the summer series with the Nighthawks. Moving to our Parks Playhouse Junior series. This is kids focused series basically on performing arts. So theater, puppet shows from Glen Echo Puppet Company, musicians, and sing-alongs for kids. In 2022, we did 11 of these performances. We've been fortunate to increase to 18 this year for the 2023 season. Also, with the increase in the number of events, we've also seen where we're averaging about 100 people at a show last year. Some of our shows are averaging 200 and 225 folks at these parks. With the expansion, we've also expanded in more of the equity focus areas. We've added shows at Flower Avenue, Urban Park, as well as Fairland Recreational Park. Moving to fall 2023, just give you a little bit of idea what's coming down the road. We're going to do some acoustics and ales this fall. The Parks Ale Trail, which I mentioned at Rock Creek Regional Park. Sunday Serenades will be returning. We're working with Program Access for a comedy event as part of Active Aging Week. That'll be at the Woodlawn Manor Cultural Park on the afternoon of October 5th. We're going to do another roller skating event, Halloween themed, up at Ridge Road again. And then we'll be closing out the event season with a holiday market at Cabin John, with a kind of a pet-focused holiday market with entertainment. And then moving forward in 2024, we're really beginning to plan for spring and summer. We're starting to have some of those conversations for what next spring and summer will look like. We're exploring a signature event in the spring of 2024 with hopefully more details to come soon. And then with a new staff person that we hope to have on board shortly, we're really going to be looking at focusing on creating and maintaining those partnerships with the outside art organizations and community groups. So thank you for your time.
Well, thank you, Mike and Director Mike, Mr. Riley. This is wonderful. Congratulations to your team. You guys know how to create fun and continue to do that. You know, it's not only the idea of creating the activation team to activate the park space, but being intentional enough to really make it happen. And it's creative, the different types of events you have, and it's great you're having people come out, and we wish you continued success. And any way we can help support growing that, let us know.
Thank you for your presentation. All the programs seem really exciting, and I can't wait to attend some of them. And I love Mr. Riley's comment where he stated it moves society forward by meeting and engaging with one another. And your programs are outstanding. They sound goosebumps fun. And if you could promote the website here during this meeting so other people could find out where these events are, I'm sure your attendance is going to go up. Thanks for sharing, and thanks for your work.
I do know that you have a calendar of event. I think it would be nice, because I have checked it, there is a calendar on their website that has all of these events with the information on it, that we could, I have checked it and I have seen it that is there. And I should say that I couldn't be more than proud. I know where that would have started, Mike. At one point it was under you, David, and then it came under under the facility administrative unit, and it was an outreach, and it was a baby, and gradually that baby grew, and now I see that it has come to a fruition, and I do agree with Mike's statement that it went back to heavy because David was the right person to be there. I remember one time we sat down there with the ideas, and David came with 100 ideas, and some of them really funny, that what kind of event we should put in the park. I should say congratulations. I have been following all the events, even though I haven't been able to attend a good number of them, but I am really trying to attend as much as I can. But I have been following, and I have been really impressed with what you have come up. And congratulations, and nice to meet you. And I think that is in the right place with having the right staff right now. We needed those to come and to be able to come to where we are right now. Amazing work. Thank you.
I just wanted to add my thanks and appreciation for you and your team. just to echo what's already been said, it sounds like an incredible diversity and just really rich programming for kind of all ages and interests, which is really fun. My family has, I remember going to the Cabin John concerts back in the spring. That was super fun. I'm glad to hear that it sounds like they're coming back. And knowing kind of what's in store as well, just personally for my family, I'm really looking forward to like taking my daughter to some of these things in the future. So it's great that you're focusing on areas that have lower access. It's great that there's such a focus on kind of engagement. So thanks again. And I really look forward to hearing kind of what's in store for the next year and the coming years. So thanks.
Thank you all very much. And
Yeah.
the listings are at montgomeryparks.org. A lot of the banners, and then PACP and outreach through social media, Instagram and Facebook as well. But thank you for all the kind words and support.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. And
Yeah,
we
it's great.
are going to brainstorm on ways to make sure all the board members get multiple notices of the events coming up. We'll work on that.
Where's the dueling pianos going to take place? My wife is a huge piano player and fan.
That's going to be at the Cabin John Amphitheater. So everything that last week in August there of the series will be at Cabin John that Tuesday through Friday.
We have one more item, it's item number 11, and then we'll take a break. Item 11 is appointment of Jimmy Lackey to the Ashton Village Center Implementation Advisory Committee. Do we have someone? I think someone's going to present that for 5 minutes. Yeah, okay.
All right. Good morning. I'm Jamie Pratt from the Up County Planning Team. With me is Don Ziegler and Patrick Butler. We have a brief presentation that we could show you if you have any questions. This was just a very brief item to name a new member to one of the implementation advisory committees that was set up by one of our master plans. And so the Ashton Village Center Implementation Advisory Committee has 10 members. One of them resigned a year into his 2-year term, and so we picked a replacement member for him. The members will serve for 3 years, but that first batch of them were staggered, some of them serving 2 and some serving 3. So this item is just to appoint Jimmy Lakey to replace the member who resigned.
I'll just add one small thing. This person was also selected when the original batch of members was selected as an alternate in case something like this should happen. So this person had already been designated an alternate should a spot open up.
Great. I don't, unless.
Did you say there was a presentation? How lengthy
If it
is
was
the
necessary,
presentation?
if you don't have any questions, I don't know that we need to go through, but we had it available in case you were really interested to hear this. Otherwise, you could make a motion and.
So when this came up, board members, it was going to be as part of the earlier part of our, just by, without discussion, but then I suggested that they at least tell us why it was necessary, and it was, as they said, it was, this person was part of the original group, shortlisted, and one of the original ones is no longer able to do it, so they want to pull one from the original group, that they are on the short list to replace them. If you'd like some discussion on this or hear more.
The only thing I'm interested in is knowing more about the Ashton Village Center And that's
Okay,
my primary interest. I'm all for the new appointment. I just would like to know more about the Ashton Village Center.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I'm always going to be interested.
Yeah.
I'm always going to be
Well,
interested.
Can you tell us, give us a
Yeah,
little bit?
this master plan, which, I brought with me, was approved in July of 2021. And the main focus of the Implementation Advisory Committee is it's a small rural village, but there's one corner of the village that has never been developed. I mean, decades ago, there were probably small houses there, but now there's just a Sandy Spring bank in the corner. But all around that bank, it's about 10 acres of undeveloped land. And so when we did the master plan, we were trying to be very careful about preserving some of the rural character of Ashton, while also enabling someone to come in and build a meaningful addition to Ashton with a little bit of retail and some housing of various types, some townhouses, some smaller apartment buildings perhaps, duplexes, something to kind of transition from this little village center out to the surrounding countryside and where there's larger houses. So this plan has a lot of urban design, design guidelines for how that development should appear to make it fit in to the Ashton context, I guess, as well as possible. And that's the primary focus, but there's also some transportation infrastructure. There's some missing bike lanes. Some of the sidewalks don't have crosswalks at the main intersection there. So there's other items that the advisory committee will be advising on.
Thank you. I'm very familiar with the area. There's a diner there. There's El Andrigo restaurant. There's a cigar bar, 7-Eleven, Sandy Spring Bank, and there's a new Only winery there. And so I'm very familiar with the area. And so I just wanted to make sure it was the area that I thought it was. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Pratt, for giving a little bit more color to it. Thank you. So do I have a motion to approve the appointment of Mr.
I move to approve the appointment of Jimmy Lackey to the Ashton Village Center Implementation Advisory Committee.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Unanimous. Thank you so much. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll start with item number 5. Thank you. We're back. We're starting item number 5, a public hearing for 8008 Wisconsin Avenue, preliminary plan number 1, 2016 05A. We have the planning staff, Mr. Bossy, to present this item.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the Planning Board. Just for the record, Adam Bossy with the Down County Planning Team, and I am presenting the preliminary plan amendment 120-160-05A. This is a 2-year extension request to the validity period of the existing approved preliminary plan for 8008 Wisconsin Avenue. I do want to provide just a quick refresher on the validity periods associated with preliminary plans per the subdivision regulations as we get started here. Preliminary plan approvals include 2 validity periods, one for the preliminary plan itself and another for its adequate public facility findings. The preliminary plan validity period is the period in which the plat must be recorded. They're typically valid for 3 years. If the plat is not recorded in this period, the preliminary plan is void. The adequate public facilities, or APF validity period, is the period in which the APF analysis remains valid. They are typically valid for 5 years. If the APF validity expires, a new analysis must be done before building permits can be issued. As mentioned earlier, this application is a preliminary plan amendment for the purposes of extending the preliminary plan validity period only. Grounds for approving an extension relevant to this application are noted here, and that's delays due to unusual events not caused by the applicant and outside of their control, and that if such an extension was not granted, undue harm would result to the applicant. Other considerations in the subdivision regulations to be aware of are that the board cannot approve a plan validity period that is longer than its adequate public facility finding, and projects can be extended more than once so long as grounds for the extension are met. So the site that we're talking about today is 8008 Wisconsin Avenue. It's in the northern portion of downtown Bethesda. It's in the Wisconsin Avenue Corridor District of the 2017 Bethesda Downtown Sector Plan. This is illustrated by the yellow star in the downtown sector plan image on the left side of the slide. The site, outlined in yellow on the aerial image on the right side of the slide, is approximately 1/3 of an acre, and it's currently developed with vacant low-rise commercial buildings and surface parking. It's bound by Cordell Avenue to the north, Wisconsin Ave to the east, and Woodmont Ave to the west, and there are other vacant low-rise buildings and parking on the abutting property to the south. The site and those around it are in the CR zone as well as the Bethesda overlay zone. Excuse me. The Planning Board approved applications to redevelop the site with a 14-floor, 106-unit multifamily building with ground floor retail uses. These applications were approved under the site's former CBD1 zoning. Today we're focused again on that project's preliminary plan, which was approved initially in 2016. Back then it was approved with a 5-year validity period, and its associated adequate public facility finding was approved with a 7-year validity period. In 2020, the County Council adopted Subdivision Regulation 20-01, which did provide 2 additional years of validity to the validity periods for both the preliminary plan and its APF findings. This extended the plan validity period to October 16th, 2023, and its associated validity period to October 16th, 2025. So as part of the review process, Now, the preliminary plan amendment does request to extend the validity period by the plan only by an additional 2 years, so that would take it to October 16th, 2025. The proposal doesn't make any changes to the previously approved development plans or the conditions of approval that were issued. And it does not request to extend the validity period for the adequate public facility findings, which is already at October 16th, 2025. As part of the review process, the applicant has complied with the noticing requirements for this case. That consisted of mailing out written notices and posting the site with application signs. Staff did receive 1 piece of correspondence from a local condo owners association this week, which does oppose the approval of the extension request and does note some safety and security concerns with the existing condition of the property. I do want to thank Mr. Brand for submitting those concerns. And I believe the applicant's land use attorney, Ms. Gerard, is prepared to address those during her presentation. So in conclusion, and as presented in the staff report, unusual events beyond the applicant's control have hampered their ability to validate this plan. Those events have included the COVID pandemic and associated challenges, as well as fluctuating market conditions. The applicant also noted needing to take time back in 2017 to evaluate how the adoption of the 2017 Bethesda Downtown Sector Plan and associated zoning change to the property might impact their plans for the property. The applicant notes that undue hardship would occur without granting this extension. Specifically, they note the loss of investment in the proposed development to date, including the purchase of density made under the site's prior CBD1 zoning provisions. The applicant also reports now entering into an agreement to sell the property to another willing party who's able to proceed with the development. This buyer needs the time requested by the extension to fulfill the prerequisites for platting and move forward in their entitlement processes. Not granting the extension could negate efforts to transfer ownership of the property, and that would impede redevelopment of the site. Staff believes the applicant request is compelling and is recommending approval of the preliminary plan amendment with one new condition, which is noted here. That would be condition 19, and it defines the new validity period for the plan. With that, I'll conclude the staff presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I think we should have the applicant's attorney speak, and then the board will then discuss the project. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Erin Gerard with Miles and Stockbridge on behalf of the applicant. Welcome to the new members who haven't appeared before, and nice to see you again to the others. As explained in detail in our letter, and thank you to staff for such a comprehensive staff report and presentation, this is an unusual project in that right when they were getting their entitlements, the BOS was put in place and the new sector plan in Bethesda was coming around, and so they paused to take a look at what that all meant. Obviously, it was new, and there were a lot of innovative aspects of that they needed to evaluate. Right after they did that, COVID hit, and we've been in a prolonged period of pause, trying to figure out what it all means. And as you know, most recently, there have been market fluctuations, inflation, construction costs, all of that. But the good news is that the applicant has entered into a contract to sell the property to a purchaser who's willing to proceed expeditiously. They need to, as was noted, they need to satisfy a number of conditions before they can plat the property. And so that's why we're asking for the 2 years. We did see the letter that was submitted in opposition. Their concerns are new to us. I did discuss it with Toll. They do have the property secured, and there are people from Toll who go and inspect it frequently to make sure everything's secure. We will definitely redouble those efforts and take a look. I know there was a complaint about pests. They will be looking into that. And the new purchaser is aware of those concerns as well. So I think that they will be addressed. I can assure the board of that. And as far as the other claims in the letter that a denial would somehow facilitate the demolition and all of that, I think quite the opposite is true. Right. The extension will allow for the project to continue on instead of restarting. If we restarted, that would kind of elongate the time in which that building would remain vacant. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions from the board members?
Thanks for kind of providing that perspective, and thanks to staff for the work on this. One question about process from here. You know, if the contract moves forward with a new buyer, and this is, I guess, mostly for my own education, what does that mean from a regulatory standpoint? Do they kind of assume the preliminary plan with all the various conditions? Do they have to go through any additional steps before they start kind of down the road that the current developer is at?
So the Adam Bossi again for the record, I think the short answer to that is they would assume all of the rights and responsibilities that come with purchasing the property and its entitlements. Should they want any to make any changes, they would have to go through the appropriate processes to do that after taking ownership. I don't know if Ms. Gerard has anything else to add, or any of my
No,
other
correct. The
counterparts.
idea is that they would step into the shoes of the seller and just continue on with the entitlements.
And Elsa Heisel-McCoy, Chief Down County Planning, for the record. The only thing I would add is that all of the entitlements go with the property, so it can change hands 10 years down the road. All the conditions, regardless who owns it, are still in place and enforceable.
And then also for our own information, because we obviously haven't spoken to the prospective buyer, can you share any information that they've shared with your client about their you mentioned that they intend to proceed kind of expeditiously, which is nice to hear, because obviously I assume that we want this to get built as quickly as possible. There's a great need in that area, just like there is in a lot of different areas. But is there anything else you can share about what they've described in terms of timeline, kind of their immediate intent? And obviously it'd be great as well to, if this does move forward, to sort of, I guess, touch base with them at somewhere, via staff to figure out exactly what their intent is more directly. But is there anything you can share just from your conversations with them?
Only that they do intend to proceed quickly after their purchase of the property, which would happen, once the approval's in place, that's a prerequisite to the closing of the property. So once that becomes non-appealable, they would close on the property. I would note that because we are lining the preliminary plan validity date with the APF validity date, they'll need to pull building permits before the end of this 2 years. So it's not like, not to get too far in the weeds, but usually the preliminary plan would expire before the APF would expire. So you can plat and then you can go on to building permits. The way that we have this set up is they would need to plat pretty far in advance of this 2-year extension in order to also pull their building permits within the 2 years. So it's not just that they would plat within the 2-year extension, they're going to have to pull the permits and start.
Yeah, but question, so the site plan has not been approved, it's just the preliminary plan's been approved?
The site plan is approved,
Oh,
but the
site plan is
validity period
approved.
of the site plan travels with the preliminary plan.
Okay, so there's approved site plan.
Correct.
Okay, great.
Yes,
Got it.
so if, were you to approve this, they would have everything in place to go.
Perfect, thank you. Any other comments, questions? Being,
Sorry, just one more thing, and this is, I think, again, for my own information and education, from your understanding of your client and the kind of their perspective. You mentioned that, and I noticed this in your letter as well, there was kind of a great deal of attention in 2017 about what the new overlay would mean, and that's understandable from a market standpoint. There was a 3-year period between 2017 and when COVID hit kind of early in 2020. And I'm just wondering, did your client feel like a 3-year period, 1 year or 2-year period, in their mind, was there kind of an ideal period for review to understand what kind of a change to the zoning, a change to the overlay would mean from a market standpoint? I know that there's been other cases where kind of there's been shorter or longer review periods that I'm aware of. Of course, every developer is different in that regard, but is there anything you can share from kind of their standpoint? Was there an ideal time frame for the review? Do they not feel like they had enough data and information about the market and what was changing in the 2.5 years, 3 years before COVID hit?
And I believe there's representatives of Toll on the line, but I can speak generally. You're right, every client is different, every developer is different as far as how long they take. I can't speak to exactly everything that was in their heads. I mean, obviously, the sector plan and the Bethesda overlay zone and all of that was so new. I suspect that they probably took some time to see what's going to happen. What's happening, as you know, everyone typically is looking at everyone else. Like, who else is going to go forward? Is this going to work for them? Let's see what happens before we pivot or decide not to pivot. 3 years, I can't speak to why it was that and not 2, but I suspect that that's probably what happened just from my own experience of dealing with developers.
Commissioner Hedrick.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Sorry, I just have a quick comment. I've been concerned about some of the extensions that we've had coming along. and been requested, but only primarily because I don't want to delay the creation of desperately needed new housing. I've looked through this and looked it over. I think that the best way to get this housing as quickly as possible is to grant the extension in this particular case. But I really don't. I don't love seeing. I know the Boz overlay was an issue. I know we had a new sector plan in Bethesda. I don't love seeing properties like that sit there vacant for 7 years. I think an extension is warranted in this case, but I do think we need to sort of focus on making sure that these move quickly through the process and that we get the housing that we need in the places that we need it. And that's my only comment for right now.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I'm with you that it seems like it has taken a while, but I believe we need the housing, and I think I'm happy that there's a new buyer, contract buyer, and we're hoping that that person moves forward with the project. So if no further discussion, do I have a motion to grant the 2-year extension of the validity period for preliminary plan number 1201605A, where staff has recommended approval? And then we'll have to have a second vote because given it's the end of the planning year, we also want to vote on the resolution. So we'll first vote on the request for extension.
I move that we grant the extension.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, it's unanimous. May I also have a motion to approve the resolution that's adopting the extension, 2-year extension for preliminary plan number 1201605A.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, that's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're on item number 6, the public hearing for the Diener School preliminary plan number 1-2023-0040. Mr. Gatling of the Planning Department will give the presentation, and then we'll have the applicant speak.
Good morning, everyone. For the record, Zaquan Gatling with Down County presenting the Diener School project, which includes preliminary plan number 1-2023-0040 and the associated final forest conservation plan with the same number. Staff is recommending approval of the preliminary plan and final forest conservation plans with conditions as modified herein. There will be discussion of the proposed condition modifications later in the presentation, but first I'd like to provide a brief background on the review history of this application. As a reminder, when a preliminary plan is for a use designated in the zoning ordinance as a conditional use, the project must first receive conditional use approval from, the project must first submit a conditional use application to the planning board and receive approval from the hearing examiner for this use. The board's approval is a recommendation, but the hearing examiner's approval for the conditional use is binding, formal approval. The conditional use came before the board in May of this year and was recommended for approval and was later subsequently reviewed by the hearing examiner at a public hearing in June and received approval from the hearing examiner as well. The forest conservation plan preliminary was also reviewed by the board in May and received the formal approval at that same hearing. The plans submitted in support of the application today are consistent with those approved by the hearing examiner, and for the preliminary plan application, the ruling by the planning board will be binding and based on the findings required in the subdivision regulations and the zoning ordinance and Chapter 22A for the forest conservation plan. Moving on to the subject property. The property is sited on 2.5 acres in the R60 zone within 1990 Bethesda Chevy Chase master plan area, and is located on the west side of Maryland Highway 187, Old Georgetown Road, just north of Cedar Lane, the National Institutes of Health. The site itself is currently occupied by a 2-story office building, currently home to the American Podiatric Medical Association, which holds an existing special exception approval on the property for a medical office building, which will be superseded by the previously approved conditional use pending approval of the subject applications. Zooming in a bit closer to the property, I've highlighted the 2 driveways, again shown in images A and B, which serve as an entry and exit to the site, respectively. Looking into the property, you can see the rising elevation towards the back, the mature trees around the perimeter, and the existing sidewalk and bike path along the frontage. Both the aerial images and the perspective images show just how deep the site is, measuring approximately 400 feet from the driveway entry to the rear of the property. Moving on to the proposal for the preliminary plan, the Diener School, which is a nonprofit independent school that supports the academic and social needs of students with learning differences in grades K through 8, with the multisensory curriculum supported by occupational therapists and speech pathologists. And to support this mission, the applicant is proposing the creation of 1 lot in this R60 zone, which will support the school building, parking area, and circulation for the site as shown on your screen. The project is proposed to be completed in 2 phases, with phase 1 consisting of the required frontage improvements, parking and play areas, and internal renovations to the building to support the adaptive reuse of the existing office building. Phase 2 includes the proposed gymnasium to the rear of the property, which will necessitate some shifting of parking areas and outdoor play areas. And although this addition will result in physical changes to the site, the application will continue to meet the lot requirements of the zone and is consistent with the previously approved conditional use and preliminary forest conservation plans. I will note that in this case, the preliminary plan is a bit more detailed than normally would be the case for our preliminary plan, just because of the conditional use application that preceded it, which included site-specific elements and a landscape plan as well. Moving on to circulation. In both phases, all access provided by the existing driveways on Old Georgetown Road, and due to the presence of an existing concrete median on the road, the egress-only drive to the south will function as a right-out only in the southbound direction. Circulation will be divided between buses and passenger vehicles, but the access points will be shared as those 2 driveway entries. On your screen, the bus drop-off point is shown in orange, and the vehicle drop-off point is shown in green. And aided by the depth of the site, I would like to add that in phase 1, the site will be able to accommodate queuing for 50 passenger vehicles, and Phase 2 will accommodate queuing for 42 passenger vehicles. So no queuing is expected to back up onto the old Georgetown Road right-of-way. Here is a slide of showing Phase 2, which is similar in circulation pattern. I will note that in compliance with the Complete Streets Design Guidelines, the applicant is required to replace the existing sidewalk with an 11-foot side path and 8-foot landscape buffer along the entire frontage of the property, and this will be completed in Phase 1 as mentioned previously. Also, all agency letters are now in hand and included as an attachment to the staff report. This includes MCDOT and Maryland State Highway Administration. Here, I just wanted to share one image of the site included as part of the original conditional use application, which just shows the detailed site following the completion of Phase 2. You can see the gymnasium to the rear, the parking locations, and the maintained mature buffer around the site. Moving on to forest conservation, the preliminary forest conservation plan was approved at the time of the board, heard the conditional use, and the submitted final forest conservation plan remains consistent with that approval. Just to reiterate, no forest clearing is proposed. The minor afforestation will be met via fee in lieu, and variance tree removals will be mitigated for on-site with 26 caliper inches of mitigation plantings. Now moving on to the proposed modifications to conditions of approval, which I mentioned at the top of the presentation. The applicant has requested these updates here. Condition 1 reflects a typographical update, which will accurately reflect the data table and the resolution submitted to the board as a draft. And for clarity, Condition 11 now has the addition of certification of the final forest conservation plan prior to any grading or clearing of the site. The applicant has also requested and collaborated with staff for updates to Conditions 17 and 18 to better accommodate the timing for construction of the project and the phased nature of the project. Given the updates to Condition 11 on the screen, staff supports the removal, which ensures that the removal of this condition, and Condition 11 now supports all necessary protection measures being in place before construction of the site, so there should be no issues there. One final slide with condition updates here, where Conditions 20 and 23 are requested for removal because although part of our standard language, they're not applicable to the site and proposal, as no common ingress egress are on the site, and there is no common open space. Regarding Condition 21, typically building restriction lines are shown on the plat, and when site conditions require building setbacks greater than those required in the zone, which is why we want to show them on the plat in normal cases. However, in this case, because the building restriction lines are shown in the approved conditional use plan, which the Department of Permitting Services will reference during their review and enforcement, we don't need them to be shown on the plat. And nonetheless, they'll also be shown on the certified preliminary plan, so staff is in favor of this removal as proposed by the applicant. And with these condition updates, staff recommends approval of the preliminary plan conditions in the staff report and modified today, and also recommends approval of the associated final forest conservation plan. We have all agency letters, and those requirements have been met, and there have been no community correspondence received for the application. With that, my presentation is complete.
Thank you, Mr. Gatling. We have a presentation by the applicant.
Good morning. I'm Françoise Carrier with the law firm of Bregman, Burbert, Schwartz, and Gilday in Bethesda, Land Use Counsel for the Diener School. On my left is Kathy Chumas, who is head of school, and will be speaking to you in just a moment. I'm also accompanied by our civil engineer, Pat LeVay, and our transportation engineer, Katie Wagner. We are really very happy to be here. The school has gone through a couple of approval processes already, and it's a wonderful project and a wonderful applicant. So I'd like to ask Kathy Chumas to talk to you a little bit about Diener School and its mission.
Thank you, Francois. Good morning, everyone. Definitely have some familiar faces from last time here. As Francois said, my name is Kathy Chumas, and I am the current head of school at the Diener School. I've actually had the privilege of being part of Diener since we opened our doors in fall of 2007. So it has been pretty remarkable to watch this school grow. The mission of Diener, well, we are an independent school that we serve students kindergarten through 8th grade with learning differences. But we provide a very warm and nurturing environment for our students to learn, where they may thrive feel comfortable, safe, build their self-esteem and confidence. There are definitely some cornerstones to our program that really set us apart and make Diener unique. We're not just the average private school. Our program is a multi-sensory program. Our children and students, they need to learn with multi-sensory media. These are not the students that can thrive in a public classroom of 30 students and one teacher. Collaboration between professionals. We have occupational therapists, speech therapists that work for us, that push into the classroom, support our children, but also collaborate with the outside professionals that are working with our students. So again, they may thrive. As well as we have the connection between movement and learning. Our population of students, many of them have ADHD or high functioning autism. What we know is that they need to move to continue to learn and to maintain their attention and focus within the classroom. So part of our program includes a lot of movement to accomplish that. And then the last one is individualized learning. What that means is we look at each child individually. We provide a mode of instruction that is really catered to their need, whether it's a visual learner, a kinesthetic learner, or an auditory learner. That is all about Diener. Those 4 cornerstones of our program, they were founded in 2007 by Jillian Copeland. And today, 17 years later, as we are preparing for our 17th school year, we are still true to that mission.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chumas. I neglected to start where I should have started, which is some thanks. The staff really helped us get through this process. There was some complicated steps. I especially want to thank the transportation planning staff here and the staff at DOT for helping us work with the State Highway Administration to get to an outcome that is going to be workable for the school and the community. We also have, if you would like to have a little bit more detailed description of the project, we're happy to do that as well. Depends on the planning board's interest. We can do that or answer questions as you like.
I do have a question.
Sure.
Are you doing complete new construction, or are you retrofitting the current building?
This is just because it's a conversion of an office building. So there are a lot of offices in that row on Old Georgetown Road. So this will be converting one of them to a community serving use as a school. And the only new construction will be in phase 2 when we get to, here, I'm going to just see. In phase 2, in phase 1, you can see there's the white part of the existing building, and then there's like a little play area in the back. And then in phase 2, there will be an additional construction, about 11,000 square feet for the gym and the connector, which will not really be visible, certainly not from the street and not very much even from neighbors.
Board members, do you need any additional presentation, or it's up to you?
Not for me, no.
I just think that this is a very good example of using an office building and make it to adaptive use for a use that is really admirable, and have done a great job of doing that. So we want to thank you and wish you good luck. And
Thank you.
With your students, it's a great project.
Thank you very much.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I'll just add, it sounds like a wonderful school and project, and so thank you for bringing this to the community. My only question, I think, is for staff. It's kind of I guess it's a point of clarification. I noticed that specifically one of the transportation requirements on the frontage improvement, it's specified an 11-foot side path. And I was wondering, because, of course, Old Georgetown now currently has the buffered bike lanes, protected bike lanes. I believe that includes on that stretch as well. Is the intent for the side path to kind of extend into the property and not into the street, so that the buffered bike lane as it currently is will remain? Just any clarification about that would be great.
Hey there, Katie Mencarini for the record. That sounds like a question for me. I did the transportation review, happy to help. So a couple of things to touch on there. All of the bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure is going to be within the right-of-way. So it does extend in, we're holding the curb line where it is today, so it is going to go further in, but it is within the right-of-way. To answer your question about the bike lane, it is to remain, but it is not the planning department's long-term vision for bicycle level of comfort out there. So it's buffered, but it's buffered with flex posts, so that doesn't get us to the level of comfort that we're looking for. And so based on the Complete Street Designs Guide and the street classification, which this is, it's a boulevard, it needs to have a side path instead. So that's what we're looking for in this one.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Thanks for clarifying that.
My pleasure.
Yeah, I look forward to the day, just outside of this conversation, I look forward to the day when that vision can be extended up and down Old Georgetown.
You and me both.
Yeah, so anyway, I'll end it there, so thank you again.
Thank you.
Yeah, also, thank you for bringing this project. It's, I could tell you firsthand the importance of having schools where, for children that learn differently and having enough of that in the county, it's really important. So, if no further comments, do I have a motion that this, we have to make, do we have to do four? One for each for the preliminary, for the preliminary plan and the forest conservation and each resolution?
So in this case, the forest conservation, final forest conservation approval would be included within the same approval as the preliminary plan. So it would just be two motions, one for the approval itself and the second for the adoption of the resolution reflecting the
All right,
approval.
thank you for that clarification. So do I have a motion for the approval of the preliminary plan number 1, 2016-005A, and the forest conservation plan?
I move for approval of preliminary plan and final forest conservation number 120230040.
Second.
Yes, sir. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Do I have a motion for the approval of the adoption of the resolution for the Diener School Preliminary Plan 1, 2023-0040, including the final forest conservation plan?
I move to approve the resolution for the Diner School as preliminary plan you just said.
Second.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. It's unanimous. Thank you so much. We look forward to the project. When do you think that you would
Good looking
begin
project.
construction, and when do you think would be finished? Do you have an approximate time frame?
You want to answer that, Pat?
As soon as possible.
Isn't it?
We have to get some permits, but
Yeah.
this fall.
Yeah. Is it fully funded? Is it? Working on it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. We'll take 5 minutes, and we'll start with our next item. Good morning. We're on item number 7, the 2023 Travel Monitoring Report, where staff is recommending to brief the planning board and then transmit the report to the Montgomery County Council. This morning, we have Mr. Provost here to present the report to us. Thank you and welcome.
Great. I'm just going to say a couple quick words for the record. Jason Sartori, Chief of Countywide Planning and Policy here at the Planning Department. And so what you're going to be briefed on this morning is a report that we've produced for a good number of time. The name of the report has changed over time, and as the name has changed, so has the content to be data that gives us a more accurate picture of the multimodal travel behavior that occurs across the county. And as you'll even see now, even something that is more useful from a policy perspective. So we hope that the data that this provides is something that the county can use to better understand that travel behavior and to influence policy. This was a recommendation of the 2020 update to what had then been called the subdivision staging policy, now the growth and infrastructure policy, to continue to produce this on a biennial basis, and that was endorsed by the county council. I will say that admittedly in the past we weren't very good at producing this report on a biennial basis, but to Mr. Provost's and Mr. Ryder's credit, they have now produced this 2 consecutive times in a row on time, and it's quite an impressive task and feat to be pulling all of this data together, and not just pulling it together, but to be presenting it in the format that they have. So kudos to them, and with that, I'll pass it on to Mr. Provost.
Thanks, Jason. Good morning, everyone. For the record, my name is Russell Provost. I'm with the Countywide Planning and Policy Division. Better? Okay, I'll start again. For the record, I'm Russell Provost. I'm with the Countywide Policy and Planning Division. I'm joined today to my right by John Ryder, and then I believe online by David Anspacher. And we're here to brief the board on the 2023 Travel Monitoring Report. The 2023 update to the TMR provides residents, developers, and decision makers with insights into selected aspects of Montgomery County's transportation system. As with each edition of this biennial report, this version strives to explore and leverage new data sets and analytical tools that provide a clearer image of whether the county is meeting the transportation goals defined in the recent general plan and other functional plans, including the bicycle master plan and the pedestrian master plan. Here on the slide is a great example of the dynamic nature of transportation data, and one reason why I'm balding. It's highly temporal in nature, which creates challenges to adequately summarize the status and performance of a transportation system. The animation on the left represents changes. Represents changes. Sorry, let me get used to this. Notes here. I'll be able to. Sorry, I'm just trying to scroll through my notes. Well, the image on the left represents the sort of changing nature of our bicycle master plan. It's a little more subtle than the other image, but the animation shows as time moves forward, which it actually just stopped, lines begin to change from checkered to solid, indicating the implementation of bicycle facilities. The other image is sort of a mashup of different transportation data sets, including 45-minute transit shed from the Wheaton Metro. This is every hour, so congestion, and then red line loads on the red line. So it's, transportation data is multidimensional and requires sort of critical thought on how to analyze it and report it.
So it's the moving blue traffic? What is the time of day? Or what?
The blue blob? The blue blob is how far someone could move or access via transit and walking in 45 minutes. And it changes according to every hour because transit is extremely dynamic, right? If you get to a bus stop 1 minute after it leaves, you're sitting there until the next bus comes and your 45-minute travel shed shrinks. Okay. So this presentation will consist of 4 main areas. I will be giving a brief history of the TMR. I will also highlight some of the travel trends discussed in the report. Next, John will provide an overview of some of the progress measures in the 2023 TMR. I will then provide a demonstration of one component of the upcoming 2023 TMR dashboard series. Next, John will provide a summary of some recommendations that we have made based on some of the findings of the report. And finally, I will provide a discussion on the future direction of the TMR and actually a related project that will be kicking off next week. As a reminder, staff has previously provided elements of the TMR compendium, including the pedestrian existing conditions report and the bicycle master plan biennial monitoring report. So this briefing will focus on findings that have not previously been communicated to the board. Also, this project integrates many concepts and jargon from other transportation policy documents. So, it's difficult to get in the weeds with each of those. So if you, at any point during the presentation you have a question as to a term or something, feel free to ask. The 2023 TMR is the latest edition in a history of transportation monitoring reports dating back to 2004. Created by the Countywide Planning and Policy Division, it is a continuation of previous work, but also a reimagining of what aspects of the transportation system should be monitored and how it can be presented. The TMR, formerly the Mobility Assessment Report and the Highway Monitoring Report, and then there was also a previous name, is a biennial product that summarizes transportation data sets to track and measure various mobility metrics in the county. As Jason previously mentioned this, but it was recommended by the 2020 Growth and Infrastructure Policy Planning Board draft and adopted by the County Council, and it's intended that the TMR will continue to serve as a key monitoring element for Montgomery County. So, since its first iteration nearly 2 decades ago, the Transportation Monitoring Report has adapted to increased access to data and to reflect the county's transportation planning priorities. The cover here is the original edition, I guess, of this report, and I think you can gather from the image what it was focused on. It's a traffic jam. So the original annual development and congestion report was intended to serve as an analysis of existing congestion and an annual accounting of new development. This data could then be used to inform prioritization of CIP transportation projects that could mitigate future congestion. As more advanced traffic modeling tools became available, the report shifted its focus to monitoring not only existing congestion, but modeled future highway congestion as well. Tools like our travel modeling model, as well as real-time GPS-based travel time and speed data have made these forecasts possible. Moving forward to the 2010s, the county began to adopt a more comprehensive view of the transportation system beyond simply auto congestion and travel time. Performance metrics such as safety on our roadways, comfort on our bicycle and pedestrian networks, and access to jobs via transit became important indicators in measuring the performance of our transportation system. Fast forward to the project completed in 2021, the name of the report was changed again to the TMR, Travel Monitoring Report, to reflect the document's shift in focus from auto travel to the general movement of people around the county. With an emphasis on data transparency and available online tools, TMR included for the first time a set of interactive dashboards, allowing residents and policymakers to explore the data metrics beyond what is presented in a hard physical report. Staff views the TMR as a compendium of the departments established and forthcoming transportation monitoring efforts, including Thrive Montgomery 2050, the Bicycle Master Plan, and the Pedestrian Master Plan. Okay, so, we talk a lot about why it's important to focus on other aspects of the transportation system than just the auto. So I just want to take time to sort of give sort of an economic perspective to this, because it's not just feel-good stuff, right? So before delving into the briefing, planning staff would like to present a discussion of the externalities of roadway congestion that was actually included in the previous report, but we feel like it's a good sort of educational tool. We spend a lot of time advocating for a balanced, safe, and equitable transportation system. However, the societal costs of not doing so often go unnoticed to the everyday user. For decades, communities across the U.S. have subsidized single occupancy vehicles, SOV, travel at great expense, air and noise pollution contributing to increased negative health outcomes, opportunity costs of foregoing more productive land uses in favor of wider roads, property damage, injuries, and death associated with accidents, the issues of social equity. Had these externalities and costs been internalized to roadway users, perhaps the demand for SOV travel would dramatically shift in favor of less costly travel modes. There are many negative externalities associated with SOV vehicles. The cost of these externalities are usually passed on to society, which creates market inefficiencies. Perhaps the easiest example of this, at least via a graph, is to illustrate congestion. If a limited number of vehicles are driving on a roadway, each individual vehicle has little to no effect on how fast the other vehicles are traveling. Once a roadway reaches a particular volume of vehicles, however, each subsequent vehicle entering the roadway causes more delay for the vehicles around it. Without internalizing the cost of congestion, volume equilibrium is reached at point A in this chart, where the demand curve intersects the blue marginal cost curve, representing approximately 1,600 vehicles. The true cost curve, however, after internalizing your contribution to congestion, is represented by the orange marginal cost curve. The point at which the equilibrium is reached when internalizing congestion becomes point B at approximately 1,375 vehicles. The reduction in volume may suggest a switch to more efficient modes of travel. This example illustrates only one negative externality of SUV, single occupancy vehicle travel. Okay, in this section I'll discuss vehicular transit and some other pedestrian travel trends in the report. According to the State of the Survey report produced by the Washington Council of Governments, there was nearly a five-fold increase in the percentage of commute trips replaced by telework in 2022 compared to 2019. Overall, 48% of commute trips were replaced by telework in 2022 compared to just 1 in 10 in 2019. This means that over 2.9 million daily commutes, this is the Washington, D.C. region, 2.9 million daily commute trips were eliminated in 2022. This persistent teleworking phenomenon appears to still be having an impact on travel times and volumes, although the magnitude of the impact is not necessarily consistent throughout the county. For example, average travel time in 2022 on I-270 between the Frederick County line and the Beltway during the 8 a.m. hour in the southbound direction was 8 minutes shorter compared to 2019. Average travel time, this is average weekday travel time, during the 5 p.m. hour in the northbound direction was approximately 9 minutes shorter compared to 2019. So this would save a commuter, both directions, traveling this section of I-270 an average of 1 hour and 40 minutes each work week. Although travel time on the Beltway is still below 2019 levels, the magnitude is not as pronounced as I-270. Here, commuters traveling between I-95 and the American Legion Bridge can expect to save approximately 47 minutes per work week. Somewhat paradoxically, volume has rebounded on I-270 more than the Capital Beltway. Average annual daily traffic, which is the expected number of vehicles to pass a given location on an average day, is still down approximately 7% compared to 2019 across the 4 permanent counters that SHA has in Montgomery County on the interstates. The permanent counters on the Beltway are approximately 11% below 2019 levels, but volume on I-270 is only 1.5% below 2019 levels, despite experiencing more substantial travel time savings. Perhaps other operational changes on I-270, such as the ramp metering, contributed to some of these travel time savings. Overall, it is estimated that vehicle miles traveled in 2022 on the county's growth corridors is approximately 9.4% below 2019 levels. So another way to sort of look at auto sort of speeds and travel and congestion, these graphs illustrate the ratio of average weekday speed to free flow speed for 2019, which is the solid line, 2020, the dashed line, and 2022, the dotted line, across a 24-hour period on the county's north and south Thrive growth corridors. The lower the percentage, so as you move down the y-axis, the more volume and delay can be inferred. For example, the 2019 peak hour in the northbound direction is identified by the red circle, and the peak hour in the southbound direction is identified by the green circle. The charts here illustrate that the traditional dichotomous peak direction and time and travel pattern were attenuated during 2020 because of the pandemic. 2022, however, saw a travel pattern more indicative of the pre-pandemic behavior, but still not quite as extreme. Transit ridership, as we change gears, is slowly rebounding, but at different rates across service types. After a sharp decline at the onset of the pandemic, bus ridership steadily rebounded with a pause during the Delta variant surge during the winter of 2021 and 2022. Unlinked passenger trips in November of 2022 were still, however, 31% and 18% below January 2020 levels for ride-on and Metro bus respectively. Sorry, I guess the animation doesn't work. As of November 2022, Metro bus service levels have returned to pre-pandemic levels, and ride-on was running approximately 6%, 6% below pre-pandemic levels. So this wasn't as of November of 2022.
Can I just ask a quick question related to, I apologize for interrupting.
No problem.
This came to mind though, because you talked about VMT along those corridors being, what was it, roughly 9% lower now than it was pre-COVID. Transit ridership is almost to pre-COVID levels, at least for bus. I know Metro is still maybe at 60, maybe 70% sometimes. And I'm wondering, so what do we make of the trips that are no longer happening via those corridors or via transit? Or do we have any assumptions about what's happening to those trips? Is this sort of largely explained via teleworking? Are there other things going on? Are these trips just not happening anymore? Do you have any kind of context for that?
Well, I think the survey that I mentioned by Washington Council of Governments that found a significant amount, I forget what it was, 2.9 million trips in 2022 were replaced by telework is probably a big part of that. There's probably a feedback loop with particularly Metro Rail with, if I'm able to, if the transit travel time is not competitive with my auto travel time because congestion is, I'm saving an hour and 40 minutes each work week, that could be another feedback loop that takes, some ridership away from transit. And then I had another thought, but it's gone, poof. Yeah, so I would say that's probably a big part of it.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
Just to add to that, this was 2022, and now
That's correct.
it's 23 and 24
Yes.
because a lot of the companies and federal government are pushing people to come back.
Yes,
more
that
to
was
work.
actually my thought.
Okay, so
yes.
I don't know where it goes.
On the next slide, I do mention, so that's a good point. This is 2022 data because that's the period that this reports on. But yes, there was actually just a finding, an analysis done by Greater Washington that found a huge recovery in 2023, particularly on our Metro Rail. And yes, the executive branch of the federal government did direct recently, I think in April, agencies to come up with sort of a comeback to, they just ended their full telework process recently when the national emergency officially ended. So, yeah, this could change rapidly once the feds.
Yeah, some of us aren't real thrilled about that. But that's
Okay. So, yeah, I get it. Although Metro bus ridership has rebounded, rail ridership remained well below pre-pandemic levels. Overall, Red Line station entries in Montgomery County are approximately 55% below pre-pandemic levels. Station entries on the east side of the Red Line have recovered a bit better than stations on the west side. It should be noted that a recent analysis by Greater Washington found a 67% increase over the past year on Metro Rail. That analysis also found that Metro grew faster than any other heavy rail public transportation system in the United States. So that's pretty impressive. So things are, transportation data, again, things can change rapidly.
Weren't they also repairing during the pandemic? Weren't they doing some repairs of the Metro system?
It seems like they're always doing repairs.
Okay,
but,
all right. Yeah.
Okay. Moving on to some bike and ped. So, Mr. Anspacher reported recently on, census sort of commuting bike data. I looked into some more kind of recreational, I guess, related data and also capital bike share. So while the demand for transit and private automobiles sharply declined in 2020, the demand for biking and recreation remained resilient through the heart of the pandemic. After an unseasonal decline in capital bike share trips between March and April of 2020, the number of trips steadily increased from May 2020 through June 2020 in Montgomery County, as indicated by the black line in the red box. If you click, it goes, I guess we can't animate. Oh, there we go, boom. You know, as everything was shutting down, we see in the black line on that graph, you know, the number of capital bike share trips in Montgomery, either beginning or ending in Montgomery County, sharply increased. And then also the average trip length in minutes also sharply increased the moment, basically, the state of emergency was declared in Maryland. This is likely an indication of, one, perhaps people use bicycles to complete trips rather than as last-mile connections to transit hubs, or two, you know, more recreational trips were occurring, sort of get that outlet. Evidently, bicycles, you know, regardless, bicycles were instrumental in maintaining a sustainable and resilient transportation system for, you know, vulnerable populations who needed to meet their employment obligations and recreational needs. In 2022, the number of capital bike share trips has been lower compared to 2019 activity. However, please note that this analysis does not consider changes in capital bike share capacity in the county or trips that do not have a start or end sort of docked location in Montgomery County. So there's been a rise of these dockless bikes, and the data doesn't record those locations to a specific location. So doing this type of analysis on those trips is.
So do you have any kind of, yeah, that's good. I'm happy you mentioned it, because you're thinking that by doing all of the work that we are doing to promote bike and pedestrian, I'm a little bit surprised to see that the green light is not reached yet to the blue light in 2019. Yes. You think that we should go beyond that with all the, you know, advocacy and work that we have been doing to promote it. And I'm hoping that this is just maybe a section of the, you know, data. Maybe there are other data shows that we actually, the number of people using bicycle or walking is increasing. I don't know if we have a measurement for that.
Well, I can certainly, next time I do this analysis, or even before we transmit the report, just do a broad, just show the rise of dockless trips in the region. I can't say where they're necessarily beginning or ending, but I could show sort of that increase as well, if that makes sense. We used to have access to another data feed from like Lyft, all the other, you know, scooters and bikes. But that access, I could not get that access for this time around, but I'll investigate if we can regain access to that data.
I just had one thought related to data, and we can also chat more about this at the end if that's more appropriate. But I mean, as you know, bicycle pedestrian data is extremely hard to come by in an accurate, precise way, mostly for obvious reasons. Part of my professional work has sometimes dealt with trying to find other kind of outlets for using data that actually, in the absence of counters, in the absence of surveys, in the absence of or to expand beyond just commute trips, which ACS tends to focus on. And one of the things that we've had some success with, and of course there's downsides and limitations as well, but location-based data that of course comes from GPS, cell phones, Streetlight is a great example of that as a vendor that provides LBS data. There's obviously concerns with privacy, and I think they try at least to anonymize a lot of that data, so by the time it kind of reaches the planners, sort of reaches whoever's using it, it's basically scrubbed of personal identification information. I think more recently a bigger concern with that is, which is probably a good thing, but Apple and Google are now giving us the ability to kind of turn off, like more kind of proactively turn off GPS tracking on our phones. It's sort of an opt-in instead of an opt-out function for a lot of newer phones coming out. So I think the reliability of LBS data now may be not quite what it was several years ago, but that's a long way of getting to, have you all kind of considered LBS data as a way to, at the very least, supplement, fill in some gaps that kind of explain non-commute behavior and behavior in areas where there aren't counters, and maybe even behavior in areas where we're more concerned about, Or for example, like before and after studies, once a bicycle facility goes in, to understand usage, kind of to Commissioner Pedoweem's point, are we making progress? Are these facilities actually kind of drawing people out? And relying on survey data is a difficult way of determining that.
Yeah, so we've certainly investigated that. We've had actually, people like Streetlight come in and give us presentations. I actually believe Parks did purchase, and we would certainly have access to that, obviously planning, some of that data to analyze changes in bike and ped access to parks. I think, it is a sample, right, because of the issues you're talking about. And so I think there's some concerns about that, but it's certainly something that we could, go back to the drawing board on and look at.
Yeah, I fully admit that things like streetlight and location-based data, it's certainly, there's all sorts of caveats and
Yeah.
I think concerns to sort of air out and address as part of the process. It's good to hear that at least it's being considered. I don't know if it's appropriate or not. I was just kind of curious what the current
Yeah,
thinking
another
is
issue
on
is
that.
cost, right? There's a
Yeah.
cost associated with that. But if there's, I think perhaps, like you were saying, a before and after analysis might be appropriate for that type of data because it's relative. We could do a before and after analysis, and perhaps that is where we look at it to sort of hopefully, see changes in that usage after a facility is implemented. Sure.
Commissioners, this is David Ansbacher virtually. I just want to address this a little bit. We absolutely understand and agree with the comment that was made. I think traditionally we've been a little bit reluctant to use streetlight data, again, for all the issues that have been identified, and because there's some equity concerns as well with that data. But it is, so we've been reluctant to use it as a planning tool, but it might be better used as a monitoring tool. So again, we absolutely understand the need to do a better job of tracking this data. The ACS, the other metrics that we've used are just not, fully capturing everything we need to do. So we will absolutely be considering this.
Excuse me, what is streetlight data?
Oh, how long do you have?
No.
It's
I was like,
big. It's big.
Streetlights have cameras and monitors?
No, it's big. It's big data. It's big data tracking cell phones.
Okay.
We have access to big data to track travel speeds, which is the travel time that I got earlier in the presentation on the interstates is from that data. But that they don't the data we have access to is not parsed down to, well, this is a biker, this is a cyclist. Some of that stuff is done by algorithm based on how fast a person is going, so you don't necessarily know if, you are an actual biker. It's done through algorithms. There are apps, there's some bike apps, specific apps that you can report on, your trip, your bicycle trip, and that data is obviously certainly a bike trip, but I think a lot of the streetlight data, if I may be incorrect about this, is actually using algorithms to try to parse out the mode.
Thank you.
Yeah. So one more on travel trends, and then I'm going to turn it over to John. Continuing with the bike and ped, like capital bike share usage, bicycle and pedestrian activity on the county's trails remained robust during the pandemic. For example, combined pedestrian and cyclist activity on the Capitol Crescent Trail in Bethesda was 29.5% higher in 2020 than in 2019. The number of cyclists in 2020 was approximately 33% higher than in 2019. Again, perhaps indicating a mix of mode shift and higher recreational demand. Since 2020, since activity has moderated to around 2019 levels, cycling activity in 2022 was down 13%, but pedestrian activity was up approximately 5% in 2022 compared to 2019. All right, with that, I will start driving and hand it over to John. Do you want to read? Okay.
Good morning. Again, my name's John Ryder for the record. I'm with CPP as well. So we're going to go into some of the measures that we use to track progress of our transportation system. So a key purpose of this report is to share with residents and policy officials how our approach to measuring transportation system performance is constantly evolving and how better metrics eventually drive discussion and better informed policy decisions. This requires planning staff to be constantly refining what data is collected and maintained. Some of the guidelines that we use include measures and recommendations stated within our general and functional plans, metrics that have been previously vetted by the Planning Board and County Council, and metrics that capture a more comprehensive picture of the county's transportation system. Shown on the table on the right, these updated measures reflect the county's dedication to providing a more comprehensive, connected, safe, and equitable transportation system. The Transportation and Communication chapter of Thrive contains a list of high-level policy goals and a list of proposed metrics that can be used to measure progress towards these goals. In the coming year, the Montgomery Planning Research and Strategic Projects Division will be conducting a study to determine which metrics will be best for measuring the plan's progress. The 2023 TMR covers at least portions of these metrics, shown in bold here. It should be noted that staff believes that some of the proposed progress measures in Thrive are evaluated as part of the department's Bicycle Master Plan Biennial Monitoring Report and the metrics identified in the Pedestrian Master Plan. We will discuss some additional progress measures now.
How do you measure accessibility? I saw that.
That's a good question.
That could be a dissertation.
We're still working on that.
Okay, because it's a measure.
So vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, has long been used to measure vehicle travel demand and evaluate transportation projects, policies, and decisions. VMT is an estimate of the total number of miles traveled by all motor vehicles along a roadway or within a region over a period or a certain period. For this exercise, VMT is established by the Maryland State Highway Administration's traffic monitoring system. SHA collects vehicle counts on a rotating 3-year cycle throughout the county, and counts that are not conducted in certain locations are given for a given year are adjusted based on permanent counters positioned on Maryland's interstates. These counts are extrapolated to sections of roadways and summarized by the desired extent or geography. It is important to consider that these estimates do not differentiate between travel conducted by Montgomery County residents or pass-through travel conducted by other users. VMT per capita dropped precipitously in 2020 due to the pandemic, and prior to the pandemic, VMT per capita remained fairly steady, although it had been slowly increasing since 2014. Montgomery County VMT per capita was 10.7% lower in 2021, the last date currently made available by SHA, compared to 2019. Five-year Census American Community Survey commuting data have been summarized by Thrive's growth map areas and are presented below. Countywide, non-auto driver mode share, or NADMS, hovered around 30% between 2013 and 2019. Broken out by Thrive's growth areas, however, the data reveal that areas outside the corridor-focused growth areas have a much lower commuting NADMS. The spike in NADMS in 2020 is explained by the pandemic's impact on the rise of teleworking throughout the county. Please note that these data are disaggregated from the 5-year ACS estimates due to the higher statistical robustness, and therefore they mask some of the recent abrupt changes in teleworking. For example, the 2021 one-year ACS estimate of NADMS was at 52.5%. This is primarily due to the 37.1% of commuters who reported that they telework for a majority of their work week. For reference, the 2019 estimate of teleworking was 6.7%. An explicit policy on practice of Thrive is to build a frequent, fast, convenient, reliable, safe, and accessible transit system. One performance measure, transit coverage, is created by first developing quarter-mile network buffers around transit stops. Next, the number of unique transit trips per hour per line reachable within each walkshed is calculated to further categorize the quality of the transit service. The output is a spatial representation of transit coverage throughout the county, represented here as AM peak service levels around flash stations on the US 29 corridor. Here we see areas immediately adjacent to flash station experience 5 to 6 trips per hour, or every 10 to 12 minutes. Once transit coverage is spatially identified, a comparison of transit coverage among various geographies is made. For this analysis, transit coverage during 4 time periods was summarized by transportation policy area, red, orange, yellow, and green, and equity focus area, or EFAs. For the AM peak period, all portions of policy areas that are identified as EFAs and in red policy areas have slightly higher overall AM peak transit coverage. For the most part, EFAs in these regions also experience higher quality coverage, greater than or equal to 5 trips per hour. Transit coverage in yellow policy areas identified as EFAs have far greater transit coverage than yellow policy areas that are not identified as disadvantaged. Somewhat surprisingly, yellow policy areas identified as EFAs have very similar coverage as orange policy areas. This is largely due to the frequent flash service on the White Oak area and high-frequency transit in the Aspen Hill and Germantown policy areas. The AM peak period is defined as 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. 2 additional transit progress measures, job accessibility by transit and travel time comparison, will be discussed during the dashboard demo later in the presentation.
Which is now.
Now.
All right. Hold on to your hats. Let's see if this works. So currently, the idea is to have, in total about 3 or 4 dashboards. So they're not seeing so I'm seeing the website. I need to exit the presentation. Okay. All right. Okay, looks good. So the idea is to have a series of dashboards. I think probably I'm shooting for maybe 4 or 5. One for the pedestrian existing conditions, which really hasn't entered a monitoring element yet, but it will. Bicycle monitoring, the Thrive corridor sort of profiles, which will be discussed here in a little bit, and then transit. And so just want to bring your attention here to, I guess, the left side of the dashboard. This side is focused on travel time. And so if the user selects an origin, it's in this case Aspen Hill, a list of destinations appears, and you can select a destination to compare the auto travel time with the transit travel time. And so these ratios here represent the ratio of transit time to average auto travel time. And so I think the industry standard, if I'm not mistaken, is about 2.5. And so travel between Aspen Hill and Tyson's Corner via transit is not very competitive in this case. So for the AM peak, now I should say that the auto travel times for this exercise was calculated using an online routing application, and it's supposed to take in consideration congestion. I found them to be very optimistic. So I don't know if you ever notice, if you do Google Maps and you say, I want to go from here to there, and you specify a time period, it will usually give you a range. It usually takes this much, and I believe that's the 75th and the 25th percentile. This particular routing service seems to err on the more optimistic side of that range. So just keep that in mind.
Could you explain what that means, like 3.2, the ratio? That means that it takes 3 times more if you do transit
Correct.
versus car?
3.2 times longer via transit than in an auto.
Okay. Yeah.
So this is not very competitive. Yes. Now, there is plenty of competitive, OD pairs in the county. So if we look at Aspen Hill to downtown DC, we get ratios much closer to 1. So that's, that's encouraging. And there's plenty of more examples of that, particularly around, obviously our metro stations and higher quality transit. I think I did want to show one more. Yeah, White Oak. So White Oak, with Flash, if we look at White Oak to, downtown DC, again, travel time ratios that are better than sort of the industry standard. And so the graph here, you can actually hover, and it will show you the average travel times for each of these time periods. And then, of course, these are the ratios of those two
I think
numbers.
something that is important, when I have my car, I have to look for parking.
Mm-hmm.
And that's important, because to me, that's the travel time. If I go to DC,
Right.
I may spend an hour to look for travel time.
Yes.
I don't know if you put those into this, because
I
when
don't.
it is travel, is point to point that you're free
Correct.
to get to your destination.
That's right. Yes, this is, I think that, as I said, I think the vehicular travel times are optimistic. In future analysis, we can look at trying to build in, a standardized parking time, finding parking time, to try to make that.
For many people, especially if you go to the downtown area, the incentive, the issue is parking. And you're willing to go 1.5 or 2, but not worry about parking, because it would probably equate to the same amount of time of
Mhm.
travel.
Certainly, the cost of parking as well is a huge impact of people's sort of decision-making. For the most part, humans want to maximize their utility, and that means, basically a cost-benefit analysis. Yes, very good points, thank you. And then this is, for today, this is a snapshot. Obviously, this is a monitoring tool, so this was we did something similar last time, but so I get the transit travel times from WMATA. It's a regional feed of all the schedules of all the bus systems, transit systems in the region. So this is hopefully integrating all of the providers of transit in the region. And so anyways, last time I dug into the data, there was some funny business. So hopefully at this point moving forward, we'll be able to track how these travel times change over time. So that's the idea.
County government, I just saw they pushed out an app that would give you exactly the same thing for the transit time. So it tells you that from where to where, how long it takes, and they said that is but real data. I haven't tried it, but that would be a very good thing. Probably could be used, those data. I don't know if you tap to the information, because Montgomery County, the traffic unit and also the transit unit, they have a lot of this information. I'm assuming that they include WMATA and county ride on both together.
This was a county app?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll
Yeah,
look into
it
that.
came from Chris Conklin. Yeah.
Okay, good to know. Thank you. So that's sort of the travel time. You can dig into different OD pairs and look at the travel time. The other side of the dashboard focuses on accessibility and transit coverage, which John sort of gave a high-level overview of. So accessibility of a location by transit is highly dynamic and changes minute by minute. Higher frequency transit, along with properly timed transfers, should result in smoother access to jobs across time. To capture this variability, this dashboard calculates the number of jobs accessible within 45 minutes of transit from each of the Montgomery Thrives activity centers for 4 time periods. Variability is measured within each time period by determining the number of jobs accessible at 15-minute intervals. So within the time period, typically it's a 2-hour time period, the number of jobs is measured at every 15 minutes to sort of, because it's constantly doing this, right? So activities with frequent service, particularly those serviced by Metro Rail, have stable job accessibility within each time window. And so, for example, job accessibility stability calculated by dividing the universe of jobs reachable by 45-minute transit ride by the number of jobs reachable 50% of the start times during the particular time period. For Bethesda is 84%. So if we go to Bethesda, this also brings up the sort of, this is what was shown in my opening video, is you can filter the data also by the period up here. But this chart describes a number of jobs accessible within 45-minute transit ride. And so for the universe of jobs, if you will, so these jobs are accessible at least once during the measured time period, start times of the AM peak period is 1.1 million. 921,000 jobs are reachable at least 50% of those start times. So you divide those two numbers and you get, you divide this 921,000 by 1.1 million, you get the 80 or so percent. So this indicates numerous opportunities to reach the expected universe of jobs within a 45-minute transit ride throughout the AM peak period. Other activities, however, like Germantown, do not have job accessibility stability. Germantown has an AM peak period stability of only 44%. So 185,000 jobs is the universe. Only 81,000 of those jobs are available via, at leaving 50% of the start times within the AM peak period window.
Go over the one again. How do you get the universe again it's
So-
how many within a what? Just, sorry.
So it's
I may
the
have
number
missed
of,
that.
so if you, it's the number of jobs reachable at least once during the start times in the particular period. So this case, AM peak period. So if you had very poor service in an area that a bus only came, say, once to your station, to your stop, during the AM peak period, and you had to go to your job, that job would be included in that initial number, but it wouldn't be included in any of the other columns in this graph, if that makes sense. It's a little hard to explain, but
Bring with one example that we can understand. That's very confusing.
okay. Yeah. So again, if you look at again, so if you, the AM peak period is defined as 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Okay, so the universe of jobs is the number of jobs reachable by transit, by a 45-minute transit ride during that time period. Okay, but if you missed your bus, there may be another bus that comes 15 minutes later, and you could still get to your job during that AM peak period. So that, what's that? You might be late, but you could still access the job. Yeah. So that's sort of how that works. It's trying to get at the point that, if you have higher frequency transit and good integration, that number should be smoother. You shouldn't have a big drop off between this blue column and the pink column. Okay? All right. And so finally here, down in the lower portion of this pane is the transit coverage that John previously discussed. Let's show a quick example. So Aspen Hill. You choose a policy area here, which you'll be hearing a lot more about during the Growth and Infrastructure Policy Update. We can, so this graph here shows, again, the difference in transit coverage, both segmented by the quality of transit, so the level of service according to the frequency, and also whether the portions of the policy area that are designated as an equity focus area. So here, Aspen Hill, areas of Aspen Hill designated as an equity focus area, identified here in these black lines, has substantially more transit coverage than areas that are not considered an equity focus area. All right, so that's the demonstration.
So was that intentionally done? That's a good thing, but I'm wondering was it intentionally designed that way?
I'd like to think so, yeah. Okay. I have to talk to the folks at MCDOT and Ride On, but yeah, I'm sure there's was intentionally designed. Okay, so I think I go back to the presentation. Here are my notes. And we're on slide 21. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to turn it back over to John.
Again, John Ryder for the record. Thrive also makes a new commitment to promoting growth along major transportation corridors to maximize the efficient use of land and create complete communities. These corridors create a web connecting residents to existing and future centers of activity and complete communities. The Thrive growth map pictured here illustrates these growth corridors as black lines. Organizing following metrics in this way allows staff to view existing recommendations and guidelines through a corridor-focused lens and make recommendations to support a fundamental organizing element for Thrive Montgomery 2050. The following section contains several metrics organized according to these 10 growth corridors identified in Thrive. The intent is to create growth corridor profiles that can be used by planners and other decision makers to quickly assess general vehicle trends and show how each corridor is meeting the intent and vision articulated in the county's Complete Streets Design Guide. I'll now provide further explanation of some of these metrics and then share specific recommendations based on the findings of this report. So the intent of the original Travel Monitoring Report, the ADAC, was to provide recommendations regarding the prioritization of CIP transportation funds toward traffic hotspots in areas of growing density. Today, we can use the goals and metrics found in the county's functional plans, roadway design characteristics found in the Complete Streets Design Guide, and EFA analysis to ensure equitable distribution of resources to target areas along the growth corridors called out in Thrive. So there are several benefits associated with a well-designed street grid, including efficient transportation, improved accessibility and connectivity, simplified navigation, safety, enhanced emergency response, economic development opportunities, flexibility for growth, and increased community interaction. While Montgomery County's older neighborhoods are constructed on a grid, much of the development since the 1950s is built using meandering networks of streets with many dead ends. One way to evaluate the build-out of a grid of streets is to compare a desired number of blocks in an area, more in urban locations and less in suburban and rural areas, with the existing number of blocks. An area with a perfect grid of streets would have a ratio of 1:1, whereas an area with half the desired blocks would have a ratio of 0.5. It was recommended that Montgomery County should continue to build out a grid of streets in its downtowns, in town centers, and along growth corridors, with block sizes based on the protected crossing spacing standards found in the Complete Streets Design Guide. There's 3 tools that we can use to do this. 1, capital projects. We can continue to advance projects in the capital budget to build out the street grid, including North High Street Extended in Olney and Summit Avenue Extension in Kensington. The second tool is through development projects. Development tools to reduce the size of blocks through the development approval process. And the third tool is through master plans. We can identify opportunities to expand the street grid in downtowns, in town centers, and along growth corridors.
Excuse me, on this table, previous table,
Yeah,
so the ones that are over 100% are good, correct?
yes.
So there is no priority.
Those would be lower on our priority list.
So this is reversed in regard to priority. The one that is 45% Wheaton is your highest priority, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So the lower percentage, those would be the areas in the county that we would want to target, either through adding through streets through large parcels, or trying to connect cul-de-sacs.
Yeah, the list of areas that was analyzed is much larger than this table. This table is a snippet. We probably should have ranked it the other way. We apologize.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that if Tacoma Park has extra. Why do we even worry about it? So that's good.
Yeah,
Let's
this-
have it.
this was just a list of
what
the-
the
yeah,
ones
we-
that we need
So,
to work on.
Yeah, I should make that caveat for the tables on the next several slides as well. These are snippets from larger tables that are found in the appendices of the full report.
Okay, thank you.
One other question, like Tacoma Junction said, one grid. What is the definition of a, like, some of it says desired one or desired five. A grid is, it just means the streets are connected in some way. That's what a grid means. I mean,
Well, a block is basically formed by being enclosed by a set of streets. So, which represents, sort of an enclosure, if you will. So, like in this, see if I can get my cursor. So in this,
Hold on, for a more specific answer, the Complete Streets Design Guide has laid out distances that we would like between pedestrian crossings, so essentially length of block face.
Okay.
The desired block metric here is taken basically the square area of a block and how many we want in our downtowns, in our town centers. So those specific areas are laid out in the Complete Streets Design Guide.
Okay.
We
So-
take what we want versus what is there now to come up with that ratio.
Okay.
So again, if we have a very old town, like Tacoma Park, the block faces are generally very small. It's probably not as much as we, air quotes, need, but again, we're not going to go in there and tear those out. Whereas in the areas up county where we have street grids that look like the right portion of that blue graphic, those would be the areas where we would try and target connections. And it might not necessarily be roadways. It might be pedestrian pathways or cycling paths, side paths.
Great, thank you.
Those count. Okay. Protected crossings include not just painted sidewalks, but also signals, stop signs, or pedestrian hybrid beacons. The frequency of pedestrian and bicycle crossing opportunities is linked to the development pattern along a corridor. In urban areas, there is an expectation that pedestrians and bicyclists have more frequent crossing opportunities. In a suburban or rural area, fewer crossing opportunities may be expected. The table shown here recommends several locations along Thrive Montgomery 2050 growth corridors that should be considered for new protected crossings. These locations have some of the highest ratios between the actual distance between protected crossings and the target distance between protected crossings identified in the Complete Streets Design Guide. And many of these are also in equity focus areas. So again, thinking back to the grid of streets, the Complete Streets Design Guide lays out recommended spacing between crossings. Again, shorter in urban areas, extending longer and longer into rural areas.
Just to confirm, the actual and target, these numbers are linear feet
Yes,
of like distance between
a
feet?
crossing.
Okay, thanks.
Just for my information, when you talk about the protected crossing spacing, I want to make sure that I understand the word, the whole entire word of the protected crossing. Is that all separated bikeways and also separated pedestrian? Does it include the pedestrian crossing also, the crosswalks or things like that? What is included in the protected crossing?
So this is specific. Dave, you look like you want to chime in.
Yeah,
here.
I can jump in here. There's a specific definition in the county code. I don't have that in front of me right now, but generally what a protected crossing is a crossing that is either signalized with a full signal, perhaps a pedestrian signal, also maybe a hawk signal, something that temporally in time separates and eliminates conflicts between motor vehicle traffic and people crossing the street. It could also, though, include an overpass or an underpass trail, for example. We have many of those in the county as well. So that's generally what the definition is.
Yeah, because I went to the World Wide Web when these things comes. I go to the Google and Google it, and that was a little bit confusing for me because protected crossing also included all the separated bike lanes, and all the separated pedestrian path, and it created some confusion for me that when you were talking about the spacing, I said, what do they mean by spacing on that? So at this point, you're just talking about the cross, like lights and hawks and everything else.
So
Okay.
this is yes, and this metric is more pointing towards the need for places where people can cross streets that are not very far apart from each other. So an example might be if I'm on Georgia Avenue at one of the streets that cut across the median, and I want to go right across the street. My opportunity to cross might be right there, but if there's no signal, I'm basically waiting, I'm playing Frogger, right? My opportunity for a safe crossing, let's say I'm with my 5-year-old, might be 800 feet down Georgia Avenue to the nearest traffic signal. So my opportunities to cross are either go straight across or walk 800 feet down, wait for the traffic light, cross, come 800 feet back just to go right across the street. So these guidelines are pointing to pointing towards the need for closer spacing between protected crossings based on how likely people will want to cross the street. So again, if I'm in a downtown area like here in Wheaton, there's shops all up and down the block. If I'm right in the middle of the block, I might take the chance to go right across, but if there's a mid-block protected crossing, that's obviously going to be safer, and I don't have to go down to the end, cross, and come back to the store I want to go to. Yeah. Did I go through this? I think I did. Montgomery County should continue to construct protected crossings and activity centers along growth corridors, focusing on the locations that have the highest ratios between the actual distance between protected crossings and the target distance identified in the Complete Streets Design Guide. So protected crossing spacing and grid of streets recommendations are not currently called out in our master plans. But with the approval of Thrive and the transition to the Complete Streets Design Guide, these are notable missions that should be advanced, ultimately being included in a countywide transportation functional plan or in corridor master plans. So the pedestrian level of comfort, or PLOC, is a metric that was developed for the pedestrian master plan. Like level of traffic stress, or LTS, the PLOC methodology captures how comfortable it is to walk or roll in different conditions in Montgomery County. A variety of pathway and crossing factors are considered to determine the comfort score for each crossing and pathway segment. A crossing or pathway is deemed acceptable for most users if its PLOC is 2 or less. While specific metrics for measuring the evolution of the pedestrian network have been laid out in the pedestrian master plan and not covered today, in future years, we will be able to evaluate the progress in implementing the plan and make more targeted recommendations. With the data we have available today regarding the percentage of pathways on growth corridors that are acceptable for pedestrians, staff can recommend that attention should be focused along the 6 growth corridors outlined here. And these include Old Georgetown Road, Beers Mill Road, New Hampshire Avenue, the northern portion of the Maryland 355 corridor, University Boulevard, and River Road. As with the pedestrian master plan, specific recommendations have been previously provided in the bicycle master plan biennial monitoring report. This table shows the percentage of master plan bikeways along Thrive growth corridors that are existing, under construction, or currently funded. While the overall average is around 15%, most corridors are at or below this average, with notable exceptions being the Georgia Avenue South and Maryland 355 North growth corridors. both of which are making substantial progress toward implementing master planned bikeways. So it's recommended that Montgomery County should continue focusing on upgrading the bikeway network along all growth corridors that fall below the overall average of 15%, with particular focus on the Veers Mill Road, Randolph Road, US 29, Maryland 355 South, Georgia Avenue North, and Old Georgetown Road corridors.
Yep. All right, so I'm just going to bring it home here. Russell Provost for the record. So in summary, the TMR has gone through several iterations since 2004. With each recent iteration, staff has attempted to bring the report's analysis findings in line with data that can help drive policy discussions within the department and serve as a compendium of established monitoring efforts. Regarding Thrive, and as stated earlier, the Montgomery Planning Research and Strategic Projects Division will be undertaking a project looking at what metrics should be used to measure the progress of Thrive. Once their project is completed, we will be better able to align the findings of the TMR with those vetted metrics. At this juncture, we are requesting approval to transmit the 2023 TMR to County Council once improvements are made to some of the graphics and the Thrive Corridor profiles. And then just a quick plug. So as a side note, supporting this growing list of monitoring efforts requires a great deal of data. Some of the data is temporal and requires a significant amount of staff time to maintain the data. This is particularly true with tracking changes to our bike and pedestrian networks. I just want to take an opportunity to plug a project that will be kicking off next week. The title of the project is the Coordinated Transportation Data Management Study, and it's going to bring together staff from planning, MCDOT, Maryland SHA, and a series of peer exchanges to discuss data needs, workflows, and integration opportunities. Based on these discussions and other input, the project will develop a governance white paper and a redesign of Montgomery Planning's multi-year pedestrian bicycle network. So we're excited about this project and look forward to briefing the board as it makes progress. At this time, I'll take any questions. Any follow-up discussion?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Provost and Mr. Ryder, and I guess Mr. Ansbacher, who was on team. So that thank you very. You could definitely tell a lot of work went into this report, and so I appreciate all your hard work there. Anyone else on the commission have any comments, questions?
I just wanted to thank both of you and to David and everyone else who's involved with this effort. This was truly an amazing amount of data and analysis. And as someone who kind of does this for my job too, I cannot imagine just the level of time you put into this, particularly the way you brought in kind of all these pieces together and the presentation of them as well. So thank you. And I look forward to kind of hearing more about this upcoming effort. It sounds exciting. It sounds like an exciting way to standardize some of these things going forward across many different agencies, which is also important because the more different hands we have kind of using different methodologies, I think that also contributes to some planning problems some planning challenges, some gaps that we have. So I look forward to hearing about that.
Thank you.
One quick question, and then I don't want to take up too much time, but I noticed that the target, to go back to sort of the pedestrian spacing, the target you listed for suburban areas, I believe was a little bit more than a quarter mile. And I was wondering if, and certainly, in many areas, there's probably not desirable destinations you might want to reach within a quarter mile of each other. But I was curious, and I'm not sure who the right person is to answer this, but I'm curious, maybe David, but what the thinking and kind of methodology behind that quarter mile standard is, or above a quarter mile standard for suburban areas, and whether or not there might be flexibility in that standard as we move forward with different, as you mentioned, kind of applying this through master sector plans and then kind of bringing that toward, developers who start to implement these things, if we can have maybe at times some flexibility in that. Because I know, a quarter mile still is in many cases quite a long distance to go.
Yes.
And I can address that one. Again, that's absolutely correct. The 1,300 feet is sort of more of it's sort of a dated number, frankly, I would say. We the pedestrian master plan that the planning board has transmitted to the county council specifically calls for updating that number on suburban corridors, especially those that are future bus rapid transit corridors or that have heavy ridership, because bus stops or BRT stations are sometimes, or oftentimes, more frequently spaced than 1,300 feet. So it calls for a new sort of look at the corridors that are identified as Thrive corridors, growth corridors, or BRT corridors. So we will be advancing that.
Thanks.
Commissioner Hedrick.
Oh, thanks. I just wanted to say thank you to everybody for this. This was really good. This was good data and very interesting information. So I appreciate you guys all bringing us today for the travel monitoring report. I don't have any other comments other than I support transmitting this and sending it on. I think this is really great. Thanks a lot, Joe.
Okay. So,
Thank you. It was great. It was difficult.
so Commissioner Hedrick, so why don't you go ahead and make a motion that we submit this?
All right, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we submit this and move this along.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Take care.
We'll take a 5-minute break, and we'll start the next one. Okay? Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 9, where the planning staff will brief the board on local housing targets project. And Ms. Givoni and Mr. Santori will provide the presentation. Thank you and welcome.
I will actually just start very briefly. Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director, just to give a broader context for this before turning it over to Jason and Lisa. This effort is one that helps to further both the county council's strong interest in expanding housing options and helping the county meet its housing supply gaps, but also furthers the planning department's focus on housing. That is very much a big part of our work. And I just wanted to just mention, just again, as part of the broader context, our department has produced multiple studies and initiatives related to housing from Montgomery County, and definitely want to acknowledge Lisa Gavoni, who has worked on pretty much all the ones that I'm aware of. Some examples include a rental housing study, a missing middle housing study, a senior housing study, preservation of affordable housing study, which also includes nationally occurring affordable housing, housing needs assessment, residential capacity analysis. There may be something else that I might be missing, but that's just to kind of give you a sense that we've been looking at a lot of different areas of housing and how we can further housing meeting the county's housing needs. And obviously with Thrive Montgomery 2050, it is Housing for All chapter that really kind of encompasses, our larger policy goals. And in addition, with regards to this specific project, the Local Housing Targets Project, as Lisa will explain, this is part of a regional effort that started with the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments to create regional housing targets. Our department was very involved in that process as well. So again, just wanted to provide that context, and this is really kind of the latest effort that we are working on under the leadership of the Planning, Housing, and Parks Committee of the County Council under the leadership of Councilmember Andrew Friedson. And we're very excited to share what we've been working on so far with the board and to hear your feedback as we continue to work on this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Acting Director Stern. For the record, Lisa Gavoni, Housing Planner with Countywide Planning and Policy. So I thought I would start with a tangentially related housing policy initiative because you may have heard that the county passed rent stabilization on Tuesday with a 7-4 vote. The Planning Board had sent up comments previously. They were considered, but ultimately they went with a little bit of a more strict system. So just going over a little bit of the specifics because there's a lot in there. So rent will be allowed to be increased 3% plus the CPI, but there's a hard cap of 6%. Rent banking is allowed with a cap of 10%, and this also applies to new leases. And rent banking is basically if you don't charge the max of what you're allowed to bank that amount and and use it for the next either renewal or new lease. There's also a 23-year exemption for new construction, which is really good. That's really important part that I think that I was really happy with. There's also a 15-year exemption for a building that has been substantially renovated or rehabilitated. And then there is also an exemption for units that are owned by natural person landlords, so not LLCs, who own 2 or fewer units. So we'll be working with the council and the community on making sure that our housing supply is still increasing, and we're excited to work together.
Lisa, one quick question.
Sure.
Are those like new construction, like 23 years, suppose someone put a development online last year, do they get the part of the 20, now the theirs 22 years because they went online last year, or is this only new future projects? Do you know?
So I think, to answer your question, it kind of goes back to the discussion that they had at full council, is there was one proposal to basically have a hard cap of saying, and this only applied to buildings that were built prior to January 1, 2000. They said and decided to go with a rolling cap of 23 years. So basically, if a project came on last year, they would have 22 years left.
I heard something about they had vacancy.
Vacancy control.
Vacancy, is that still in there, or is that no?
So that comes with kind of the rent banking. Since it applies to new leases, it's basically tantamount to vacancy control. It's not explicitly called that, but because there's rent banking and it applies to new leases, yes, there's vacancy control.
Thank you.
So a little bit of a background on the COG regional housing targets. And so in early 2018, the National Capital Region Transportation Planning Board, they noted that we needed to provide a sufficient housing supply to really reduce the strains on our transportation system, and also to make up for the lack of underproduction that had been happening since the Great Recession. So as part of this initiative, local housing and planning directors worked together with the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, or COG, to determine that the region needed an additional 75,000 units beyond what was forecasted by 2030 to address this shortage. And in 2019, the Montgomery County Council signed on to this ambitious housing goals through a resolution that called on the county, which at the time included the cities of Gaithersburg and Rockville, who have their own zoning authority, to increase the share of housing built by 10,000 above the forecasted amount of 31,000. So 41,000 total, including Rockville and Gaithersburg. Now, for this project, we've adjusted that because we don't have zoning control over Rockville and Gaithersburg, so it's tantamount to 31,000 units we need to build by 2030. So now the local housing targets project is refining that countywide goal for smaller designated geographies in our county, because we know there's not a one-size-fits-all approach for housing, that the strategies that we need to pursue in Silver Spring are different than the strategies in Clarksburg. And one example I can give you is, we'll talk a little bit about affordable housing, is Silver Spring has the most affordable housing in the county. They have a lot of tax credit units, Section 8. They've done a great job of building new units. They have a lot of MPDUs, our inclusionary zoning program. Clarksburg, for example, they've recently built a lot of housing, and they actually have around 40% of the county's homeownership MPDUs. But they don't have a lot of rental housing, so they don't have a lot of rental MPDUs. And then there's Tacoma Park, which has no MPDUs because they haven't had any new development, but they do have a significant amount of income-restricted affordable housing that's owned by a lot of mission-driven nonprofits. So the strategies that we'll be looking at to increase that affordable housing differ for the planning areas. And a little bit more of the background is that the COG housing goals, they focus on the amount, accessibility, and affordability of additional units needed. First, the amount, we just discussed this. It's at least 320,000 housing units should be added in the entire region by 2020, between 2020 and 2030. And this is an additional 75,000 units beyond the units already forecasted in this period. And 75% of the new units should go to activity centers or near high-capacity transit. And when we get into the methodology, you'll really see that we took this to heart. There's a lot of emphasis on the Thrive growth corridors, especially the corridor-focused growth areas, which are our most intensely developed areas of the county that have existing infrastructure that can handle the additional housing that we're looking at. And then affordability. 75% of the new housing is affordable to low and middle incomes. Now, how it's defined in both the COG and Urban Institute report on this is moderate cost bands are 80 to 150% AMI, which is pretty high. It's higher than what we consider for moderate priced dwelling units, but that's about $230,000 of income for a family of four. And the low cost bands is 80% or below, when 80% AMI is about $120,000 for a four-person household.
Sorry, Lisa, can I just ask a quick question on that? Did they further specify, because obviously, as you know much better than we do, it's incredibly hard to produce new units at especially the lower levels of affordability, absent other, tools that are often at least provided by the feds. Did they further specify within that 75% kind of guidance, like how much of that should we try to provide at the lower levels? Or, for example, would they be comfortable with, I'd say we would, but like from a COG standpoint, would they be comfortable with like all of that 75% going from 80 to 150%, as long as it's like lower than 150%?
Sure, that's a great question. I do believe there is guidance about the percent that it should be split, but I don't know it off the top of my head. But I think that's, really why we're doing this project is, 150% is the market in a lot of this county, but it's not in Bethesda, so, the strategies there might be different. But at the same time, there are a lot of parts of these counties that don't have any affordable units, and so there might be, strategies and interventions there. One of the things we're going to be doing with the study is kind of looking at, we're going to try to research more interventions that we can. The council has done a really good job. We have the HOC Production Fund, the pilot for affordable housing. We just passed a zoning text amendment on Tuesday to expedite the review process for affordable housing. So we're doing a lot, but I think that we still need to look at the specific areas and what they need there. But that's a really good question.
Just curious, is the 75% realistic?
For affordability, I think
for Montgomery County.
I think it's not realistic to have, I would say, 0 to 80%, 75%, because I think the market, Montgomery County is a very expensive place to build. So I don't think it's quite realistic to have all of that at 80% AMI or below, but I think a mix. And I think, we also have, a moderate price dwelling unit program, but we also have a workforce housing program that targets 80 to 120% AMI. So that might be part of the strategy too, is just looking at all the tools we have and how they will work with this. The Local Housing Targets Project really has, two overarching goals, and that's to meet the housing goals set out in the 2019 resolution that was signed by the council, and setting realistic and attainable localized housing goals for planning areas throughout the county. We also want to grow the market rate supply of housing, but we also want to grow the affordable housing supply to meet the anticipated current and future housing needs in the county. So next I want to talk a little bit about the planning areas and where the goals are going. So when we first briefed the Planning, Housing, and Parks Committee, we looked at a lot of existing conditions for the 28 original planning areas in the county. And those are the most, I would say, well-known thing that the 28 planning areas are used for is we use them to set what areas of the county have a 15% MPDU requirement through our high-income planning areas, and that's mostly the western part of the county. But we thought for the localized housing targets, there were a lot of planning areas near each other, especially in the agricultural reserve, that had really similar characteristics that we could merge together. So we merged a lot of the planning areas into one agricultural reserve planning area. We also took part of Olney that was in the agricultural reserve and moved it to the agricultural reserve. And you can see there was 2 parts of Patuxent. We took this part and moved it into the agricultural reserve too. We also made some generalized boundary changes. Rockville and Gaithersburg had grown, so we aligned it to their current extent and removed them from the analysis. And interestingly enough, at first, the Viva White Oak project was in Fairland, and we thought that was really confusing. So you can see this little bump out here. Sorry. We moved it to the White Oak planning area. And there were other small modifications too about aligning it to transportation analysis zones, which is what we used for forecast data. Now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Sartori to walk through the methodology.
Thank you, Lisa. For the record, Jason Sartori, Chief of Countywide Planning and Policy. And, Lisa and I have kind of tag team this as we've been given this direction to work on this from the county council. And so that's why you see me down here today as opposed to up on the dais. So when we were working on preparing this, we wanted to make sure we weren't recreating the wheel. So we wanted to keep it simple. We wanted to utilize tools and accepted data sources that we already have. And so we have a number of planning initiatives that the council and the county has already endorsed that suggest here's where we want to see growth going, and so let's tap into that. And so we wanted to create an index that would ultimately allow us to take that 31,000 target that Lisa was talking about and allocate it across those 22 planning areas that she showed you. And so that index was, try to pull in some of these existing tools and resources that we have. So ultimately, what we recommended as a draft to the Planning, Housing, and Parks Committee last week were these 5 factors in this index. The first is the Thrive, and I'll go into more detail on each of these, but at a high level, Thrive Montgomery 2050 growth areas. So we'll show you the Thrive map that you've seen many times before. That we wanted to weight 30 points out of a full 100 possible points. And so we thought we could have used any number here, but we wanted to keep it simple again. So we said let's total up to 100. This gets 3/10 of that, so 30 out of the 100 points. We then said, well, we also, contribute to the COG forecast process by having our own forecast. And let's incorporate that because that incorporates a lot of different data and metrics about where we anticipate growth going, and it's based on economic data, housing data, jobs data, a bunch of other different factors that come into play there. Rather than incorporate all of those things individually, we have something that captures them all together. And so that was also weighted at 30 points. And then we said, it was mentioned by Director Stern that one of the housing initiatives we've done was our residential housing development capacity analysis. And that was done in anticipation of Thrive to get a sense of where our existing zoning would allow for development, how much development existing zoning and existing infrastructure or development in place would provide, how much it would provide for in the future. And so that zoned residential capacity, we updated that to reflect recently adopted master plans, and then we incorporated that also at 30 out of 100 points. And then the last 2 were kind of add on additional, to place a bit additional emphasis on certain factors. So the first being the activity center density. So this goes back to that Thrive map again and says where we, through Thrive, identified our large and medium activity centers. Let's give a little bit more of an emphasis on those, and I'll explain that in a little bit more detail when we get to that. And then the last was a premium factor where we said, okay, if you have a planning area that has a large share of that area within our desired growth area, right, our corridor focused growth area. However, we haven't seen much growth occur there in the last 10 years or so, then let's give those a little bump up so that we try to put a little bit more emphasis in trying to pull them through to do what we've said we want to see happen there. Okay. So going into more detail on each of these. First, the Thrive Montgomery 2050 growth areas. And here's that map again that you've seen from Thrive. And you see there are 3 different shades of blue here. The darkest is our rural areas and agricultural reserve. The medium blue is our limited growth area, and the light blue is the corridor focused growth area. So what we wanted to say was we want to give essentially full credit to the share of the planning area that falls within the corridor focused growth area, since that is where we most want to see growth going. But we didn't say we don't want growth in the limited growth area. We called it limited growth for a reason. And so we gave half credit for any share of the planning area that fell within the limited growth area. So an example of how this kind of plays out is, and I think, do I have the example here or is it at the end? I can go into it in more detail afterwards. But so an area like the Bethesda Chevy Chase planning area here is 100% within the corridor focused growth area. So it would essentially get the full 30 points for that. Then we have an area like the White Oak, which is partially in the corridor focused growth area and partially in the limited growth area. Entirely, it's within both. So, but it doesn't get the full 30 points because it's not entirely within the corridor focused growth area. In the end, this is how this particular factor played out. Of the 30 points, you can see 9 of the planning areas received 26 to 30 points. 4 of the planning areas received 0 to 5 points for this index factor. And you can see in the map here how that kind of plays out. And it makes sense if you go back and forth to where the corridor focused growth area is and where our limited growth area is, that it would look something like this. The second factor, which was also weighted at 30 points, was the household forecast. And you can see here the distribution of planning areas. Most of the planning areas, 15 of them, got 0 points for this because they only, in our forecast, only include between less than 5% of the anticipated growth by 2030. There were none that saw a quarter of the growth, and so none of the planning areas got the full 30 points. The most was 24 points, which I believe was Bethesda Chevy Chase here. Yeah. The third factor was that zoned residential capacity, going back to the residential development capacity analysis that we did in anticipation of Thrive. Again, updated to reflect recently adopted master plans. You could see 15 of the planning areas, again, received 0 points for this particular factor, but there was one that received, had more than 15% of the zoned residential capacity in the county, and that received the full 30 points, and that was the North Bethesda planning area here.
Can I ask you a question here?
Sure.
The life science corridor that you're doing the master planning, where does it go? Because I don't see, like at Truvilla and Downstown and around Gatorsburg area, that is where most of those changes would happen. Or those are all life science. There is no residential coming in that area?
Sure. So as you said, we're working on updating the Great Seneca Connecting Life and Science Master
Yes.
Plan. We will be looking at zoning changes to spur more housing so that more people can live
Yeah.
near those life sciences. The plan hasn't been passed yet, so it's not yet incorporated into this, but when
I
it
see.
is, we will update it. So stay tuned.
Yeah, because that I have seen, it has been so many life science that is just popping up and not enough residential. And I guess at one point, so you're going to revise those to show that there are going to be some, some of this housing, how it would be distributed in that area, correct?
Sure. So when the plan is adopted by the county council and the sectional map amendment is complete, we will incorporate it into this. I will say that the 2010 Great Seneca Science Corridor Plan did do a good job of adding a lot of housing, but I think that, like you said, it's a booming employment center, and we want to make sure more people can live there. And so we're working on the recommendations for that plan right now, and I think we're going to talk about that with the board in September. So, but when that master plan is complete, we will incorporate it into this.
I will also add that we have received a few questions about why we're incorporating zone capacity in this, right? Because if you think about it, zoning could be a tool for
It would be changing, yeah.
responding to what the targets say, right? So we say, oh, we have an area where we want to see more housing as a result of our target analysis. Well, we then look at, does the zoning have the capacity to be able to do that? Yes or no? If not, then maybe we need to think about how we change the zoning there, well, through a master plan process. The timing of that is not necessarily conducive to getting the results that we want, by 2030 necessarily, but, we thought that the zoned capacity was important for this effort to be able to say, look, here's where we know the capacity exists today, and if we are going to hit our 31,000 target as a county in the next 7 years, how are we going to do that? Well, the areas where we have the zone capacity today present opportunities for us to do that. And so that's why we thought it was important to include today's zone capacity in
But
in
it
this.
could create a misleading priority, because if there are areas that we know that they don't have capacity, but we know that it's going to be changed by zoning, and they are not incorporated in this yet, it's going to just unskew the reality of where this targeted unit would go. I don't know that how you could do that, but at least if I do not know when you're going to be revising it, if it is every 2 years or if every 3 years. I think that it should be some consideration for the master plans that would come within that, 2 or 3 years that, or at least flag it that it's going to be something changing here because it's going to be a little bit unskewed, in my opinion.
That's a really, really great point. I think, at this point, it would be really hard to include, zoning changes that haven't been approved yet. But we do, if you look on the screen, you'll see that we do include a map that shows like where the ongoing master plans are. And that's where we predict that we will see zoning changes that we will have to incorporate. But as Acting Director Stern said, this is an iterative process. So we'll be looking to, continually refine this process as we go along.
And I think that your question, it gives us something to go back to the PHP committee with and kind of ask them, how would you like us to incorporate future, ongoing master plan efforts in this analysis? Do you want us to come back and update these every 2 years and do a check-in on our progress towards these targets? Do we need to make adjustments based on adopted master plans, changes that we've had in zoning or whatever it might be? So we can talk to the committee about this. I see.
Thank you.
We can go on, but I see Commissioner Hedrick has his hand up.
No, I was actually going to ask some more about the zoned residential, but I think you guys have covered it and the master plan issues. I better understand. I think I get where you're coming from. That we have current zoned potential for growth is something that we're focusing on, given the necessary speed with which we need to produce more housing. Exactly. So I think I've got a better understanding of that because that was a concern that I had. As well, it also kind of rolls into, we're sort of anticipated growth is also rolled up in some of this as well, because we're measuring in the growth is anticipated in places that we think there's growth to be had in that as well. I understand the choices I think being made, but I think we really do, and it looks like you jumped ahead a bit in the presentation when you get into the master plans, but I think it's something that we as a board need to focus on is when possibly expanding the master plans and talking about more of them, because we have places in which I think if we're using this sort of methodology, there would be higher targets if there were more potential capacity within the planning areas in that regard. So I think it might be just as a note and to put on the record that we might want to consider accelerating the review of certain master plans or certain portions of some of our master and sector plans. But thanks. Yeah, that's all. I appreciate the explanation, though. That was good.
Thank you. Okay, the fourth factor that we included in our index is the activity center density, and this is where we decided to focus just on the large and medium centers, because as Thrive was going through its adoption, there were a lot of questions about some of the smaller activity centers and whether or not the map in Thrive captured all of them. But there was a lot of confidence in that, the medium and large centers, we know where they are, and they are captured here on this map. And so what we wanted to do was give more value if you had a large center or multiple large centers in the planning area. If you had a large center and a medium center, you got additional value for not as much for a large center, but it was based on, the number of activity centers that you had, the size of them, and the size of the planning area. So a small planning area with 2 would get a higher value here than a larger planning area that had 2 activity centers. So that's why we did it as a density. And in the end...
I have a question here. Sure. Also. I know that I think that when you went in front of the council, they changed 5 to 10. But I do not know if you're going to change it. What is your proposal? But 5 is so little comparing to 30. Does it going to put these activity centers in disadvantage? That's the question that I have. Is it going to make them to be disadvantaged, really not getting higher number?
So as Vice Chair Pedawin indicated, that the PHP committee did give us some guidance to make some changes to these weightings, and we'll show you how those play out. Okay. So that's something that they haven't seen that we'll be showing you. And one of their options was to increase this to 10 points instead of the 5. We thought coming in that this was kind of an add-on, that the corridor-focused growth area was the main focus of where we want to see growth going, the connections to transit and our main transportation corridors, and then that the activity centers was just, let's give a bump up if you've got the activity centers.
I'm talking in regard to the people that are living in the suburb areas, and they sort of feel like that they may be left out of this, and they want to be included in many of the growth, future growth for the county. And, when we provide indexes, I just want to make sure that the suburb areas, they don't feel like that they are being short-ended in these calculations.
Sure. I would also point out where all of these activity centers are, ignoring the one here in Rockville, the 2 in Rockville. They're all actually already located within our corridor-focused growth area, or some right on the edge of it. But it's, so we're certainly putting an emphasis in these areas already, and this just adds a little bit more. But we'll show you the results, and you can see how you think that plays out then.
Maybe if I can just add if you go back to that previous slide, looking at the growth map in Thrive, there are a number of suburban areas that are within the limited growth area. So, basically, most parts of the county will play their part in these housing targets, which you will see when Lisa and Jason show the draft targets themselves. But like I said, the intention is the parts of the county that are already identified to accommodate the most growth are the ones that will have the highest targets. But other parts of the county will also be able to accommodate some level of growth as well.
Okay, so this is how. Okay, this is how it played out in terms of the points that were allocated. Again, up to the 5 points in our draft. 11 of the planning areas didn't get any points. 6 got the full 5 points, and you can see them in the darkest blue here, mostly concentrated in the inner suburbs of the county, and then also the Gaithersburg vicinity. And then the final factor was really perceived as an add-on. This was the one where we said if it's an area that is largely within our corridor-focused growth area identified in Thrive, but has not seen much growth in the last 10 years, we want to kind of put a stronger emphasis on those planning areas. And there were only 5 that qualified for this. And essentially what we said was if you've built less than the county's average density of new units since 2013, and 40% or more of the area is located within the corridor-focused growth. And it was just these 5, Aspen Hill, Fairland, White Oak, Kent Mill, Four Corners, and then Tacoma Park.
Do you think there's an opportunity here to sort of bring this back to the conversation around zoned capacity, residential capacity? Do you think there's an opportunity here to sort of bring that in to some extent to say, like, not only if you're building less than the county average for density, but building significantly less than your zoned capacity? Whether that might be a way to also get at the idea of like underperforming areas that are in areas that we have that we say through sector plans, master plans, like the zoning is there. Like we've set the standard, but it's not being met currently for whatever reason. I'm wondering if that might be, not to sort of create methodology on the fly. I'm curious how others feel about that too, but I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that, if that could be maybe a way of addressing kind of the capacity concern as well, to get at that existing kind of like the existing urgency of it, without having to further adjust kind of that other factor and its percentage.
So
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, Councilmember Jawando actually raised this during our work session with them. And, we clarified that what our intent here was to say that this is based on where we've said we want to see growth going, regardless of whether or not the capacity exists for that within our zoning currently, right? And because we do want that zoning tool as an option for how do we make this happen. So we didn't want to restrict it and not include areas because some of these areas may not have the zone capacity. But you're kind of getting at it from a slightly different angle where we say, well, if we have areas where we have the capacity, but we're not taking advantage of that, do we want to give some sort of influence on that? And, that's certainly something we can raise and look into.
I think that's a really good idea. I mean, the other part of this is a lot of these areas that are, premium, they have ongoing master plans. Tacoma Park has the minor master plan. Fairland just sent up the master plan to council. Kent Mill Four Corners or the University Boulevard plan. So I think we can, look at the capacity now, but also highlight the fact that, in the future, these areas will have more zone capacity to be able to meet these goals. I think we can do both.
Yeah. So, Commissioner Linden, I echo your point. I think, when looking back at it, this is a great methodology. One of the things I think, though, the first three, we were waiting 30, 30, 30, they're probably so correlated, we're probably overemphasizing. Part of the corridors were probably in areas that are fairly dense, right? And they have the transportation there. And so maybe, just maybe, if you lowered, because they're so correlated, it may be that their weighting could be less, but you have a bigger weighting at the end where you want to, like Tacoma or maybe the 29 quarter, you give, maybe that gets 20 points because you really want to incentivize something there. But I think maybe the first three are just so overweighted because they're kind of correlated. I think where you wanted growth, where just my opinion. That's yeah.
Well, I'm just going to bounce through those three so you can kind of see how the map does change, right? There's, in terms of how the points were allocated across these three different factors, each weighted at 30 points, you can see they do change. So they're not as correlated as we might think. Here's the growth area factor. This is the household forecast, and then this is the zone capacity. I'm kind of thinking a little bit more. I know we're talking through methodology on the fly here, as you mentioned. But, in some ways, this factor does capture what you've indicated, because this does not say, where do we have zoning? This is where do we have excess zoning, if you will, right? Like where we're zoned, but we don't have, this is the capacity that our zoning would allow us to build. So in some ways, this is kind of capturing, it's just not looking at whether or not we've taken advantage of that in the last 10 years or anything like that.
Yeah, that makes sense. And yeah, I appreciate, this is all very, it's tough to kind of, there is no correct version of this. It's a balance of all these things. And, I empathize with kind of the choices, the challenging choices being made for sure. I do wonder about kind of to your point about correlation, I do wonder about including, or at least weighting so heavily, the household forecast. And I only bring that up because I think that, in general, this feels like a tool to kind of directly influence that household forecast. Whereas we kind of lead with the household forecast, is that a bit of the tail wagging the dog to some extent? Not to say that, certainly I understand that the household forecast is an important part of this process, and it's gone through kind of its own methodology, and it's a really powerful thing that informs a lot of different policies. I'm curious about your thoughts on that, whether we should first and foremost kind of see this as a way to drive or help kind of influence the household forecast, and where we prefer to see that growth happen and not sort of assume it's going to happen kind of outside of our control, and therefore it influences where the housing units go. Yeah, I'm curious your thoughts on that.
I was going to say, I think that's a really great, a great suggestion, and definitely something we could look into. I think we talked a little bit about the goals of this initiative at the beginning of it, but I think you're right that one of them is we really want to drive of like where we think growth should be going. And so I think that we can definitely at the end talk about different weightings for this and kind of figure out, a good balance between, we do want to include the forecast to some extent because I think that's where we see likely growth, but also, maybe changing the other weights of kind of directing growth to where we want to see it too.
Yeah, for sure. And I think a lot of these things are highly correlated. As we, I don't know for sure that it would really dramatically change things at any rate. I think that I think the results you came out with, and I know we'll talk more about that, but I'm sure that they sort of would largely reflect the results kind of had you changed, either the weight or including the household forecast at all. It was just kind of I guess there's sort of a note on kind of how we may think about this process in general, that using this as a way to kind of influence what that household forecast might be and where we want the growth, acknowledging, of course, that we need a lot of growth. We need to accommodate a lot of growth, and the extent to which we can really control that, is probably, it's limited to some extent anyway, but this is one tool we have to say, like, focusing on a lot of the other things that you've mentioned as priorities, like growth areas and activity centers and areas where we can take advantage of really solid existing infrastructure, especially so that, all the sort of co-benefits associated with that, so people don't have to drive as much, they're walkable neighborhoods, amenities, on and on and on. I think it's maybe kind of a potentially useful way of kind of looking at this process that, we could use this to further drive and refine what the household forecast might be.
I just wanted to add, I think that's some very interesting feedback, and we can circle back with our Research and Strategic Projects Division. They're the ones who lead our work on the forecasts with COG. And I also just wanted to note that, in terms of driving the decisions of where future growth happens, that's very much a primary goal, primary purpose of Thrive Montgomery 2050. That is really its primary goal, primary purpose. And that these targets are intended to help to implement a lot of those decisions that have been made, because we have identified the parts of the county where the most growth should go. But I do definitely hear, what you're suggesting and sort of looking at that, and frankly, even would have been the conversations amongst our other jurisdictions that are part of the regional housing targets, as well as the forecast, in terms of the sort of which one is the chicken and the egg. I think it's very much the forecasts really are driving a lot of our planning. When we started Thrive Montgomery 2050, we started out with the forecast saying, we are projected to, the county's population is projected to grow a certain number. And so this is yet another reason why we need to update our general plan. But you do raise an interesting question, and we can certainly have some more discussion about that.
Okay. So in the end, the way we we basically calculated a score for each of the planning areas, and then ultimately sum them all up so that each of the 22 planning areas had a score. The total score for all 22 summed up was 685.84, and then we said, well, let's take a look at what percent of that each planning area consists of, and then that was how we allocated the household growth that we need to get by 2030. But what you're seeing here is the total amount of points that were based on this weighting of the big three being equally weighted at 30, and then the last two at 5, how the total scores came out of 100 points. Another way to look at it is this histogram here showing that there were 5 that had 10 or less points, 5 that had 10 to 20 points, none that had over 90 points. The largest one was 80 points, between 80 and 90 points, and that was, again, North Bethesda. And this is now the map being translated into actual housing units. So again, as I mentioned, the total of all of the points came out to 685. In the case of North Bethesda with 83 points, That 83 represents 12.1% of the total points, so we allocated 12.1% of the 31,000 units to North Bethesda, and that's how we came up with 3,752. This map of the 22 planning areas shows these numbers here, the local targets. So you can see a concentration in the lower part of the county, and then up the 270 corridor, and then in the eastern part of the county as well. Now, one thing I will point out, and so obviously due to rounding, this doesn't total up to 31,000, it's 30,999. But one point that's been made is that 31,000 represents from 2020 to 2030, and although we talk about there being a lack of, or we're not hitting our target, we're not on pace to hit the target with our new development, we do know that there have been some units that have been built over the last 3 years, 2020, 21, and 22. And so what we would ultimately do is probably account for those and take them out of the 31,000 and then say the remaining amount that needs to be built to hit the target by 2030, that's what we would distribute across these targets. So these numbers will change again to reflect what's already been built. So one of the tasks that we were given by the county council was to also look at the affordable housing component of this. Now, recognizing our tools for affordable housing, as Lisa mentioned, we've got the MPDU program, we've got workforce housing program, are somewhat limited and don't necessarily correspond to that 75% target that COG has set that talked about the different moderate and low income ranges that are different from what we typically use. And so we said, well, let's work with the tools that we have, which is the MPDU program. We also have housing through the LIHTC program. And so we said, let's take a look at what type of affordable housing we have currently. And so that's what this map shows. Well, we translated that. If an area had less than 5% of its current housing as affordable in those MPDU or LIHTC programs, then we said you're going to have a target for affordable housing of 17.5%. 14 of the planning areas fell into that. If you had at least 5%, but less than 10% of the housing is currently affordable by our definition, then you got a 15% target for affordable housing. That was 7 areas here. And then there was only one planning area, and that was downtown Silver Spring, or the Silver Spring planning area, as Lisa mentioned earlier, has the largest share of affordable housing currently in the county. The target there would be 12.5%. Now, a couple things to note about this is that this is not suggesting that the MPDU requirements in these planning areas need to be at these levels. It's just that between MPDUs and the LIHTC housing, across all projects, we would want to see this level of affordability. So an individual project would not need to hit 17.5% if there were other projects in those planning areas that were coming in at higher percentages. It was just, how do we set a target? And this is probably going to be an ongoing conversation with the council about what this means. And I've already noted, based on our conversation here, that one of the things we want to go back to the council with is a question of, can we better tie this component of our local targets to the COG target of 75% for those 2 different income bracket bands, or maybe go in even a little bit more detail and breaking that out even more.
I had a question about, to your point about kind of further refining this, the affordability side of this. And I'm curious what your thoughts might be generally on this as well, and like what other options you've considered. One of the things that I've occasionally seen done with like affordability methods like this is focusing first on supply, but also the household side of it. And so that can take many different forms. Sometimes it can be done in terms of focusing on like cost burden status. So that takes into account affordability to some extent from a supply standpoint, but it also factors in like households in that area too, and what they're currently paying and what they can afford. So I'm wondering if you gave any consideration to, cost burden status, for example, as part of this calculation. And kind of related to that, another way I've seen this done, and there's so many different examples of this, of course, I've seen kind of a focus on affordable and available units. which first takes into account kind of the actual affordability of the unit, but then considers whether or not that unit is actually available to households that need it, like at that same affordability level or lower. So yeah, I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on that and like other options you've considered for kind of further refining this side of it.
Sure, so I can tell you this is the aspect that we struggled with the most. There didn't seem to be a perfect solution. I think cost burdening is a really great idea. Just for a little bit of a context, the Fairland planning area, there's a master plan. 60% of renter households there are cost burden, which is significantly higher than the county average of 50%. But the problem that I have is the planning areas aren't tied to census tracts. So it's kind of hard to aggregate the data in that regard. But I could maybe look to see if that's possible, see how close they line up. Maybe there's it's available on the block group or block level, that'll be easier.
Yeah. I think that I take your point. I mean, without getting too far in the weeds, I think that specifically with this kind of data that comes from, surveys, whether it's the ACS or HUD with CHAS data, the margins at a tract level or lower can be quite high too. And so there's, of course, there's a statistical variability and concern there. So it's certainly not to say it's like the answer or a silver bullet. I was just kind of curious how that kind of thought process has been going.
I think going back to the Fairland example is, 60% are cost burden, but they also had a really small amount supply of like true income restricted affordable housing. So it's kind of like both issues exist. And so I think I do want to look further into this to see that there's a way to kind of maybe bring that issue into it. I don't have the answer off the top of my head, but I think it's a really good point. I think like the other part that you're getting to is just about the availability of affordable housing. Like I said, going back to the Fairland example, only 7% of their units were income restricted in that master plan area, but yet they had a higher rate of cost burdening. So certainly there's a mismatch between demand and supply. So maybe there's something that we can do on a smaller geographic level that we can kind of get at that issue. I think that's a really good point.
It's a really good thing for us to look at. Yeah.
One question. So I know it's very hard to try to figure out on this proposed affordable housing targets, like what the number should be. But when I originally looked at it, it looked as if the target are pretty bunched, right? You have 15%, 17.5%, and 12.5%. It seems like this, the spread should be higher, but it's just that was just my initial thoughts. But at the end of the day, once you get you figure out how it looks. But that was just my initial comment. Yeah.
We did have a feedback from someone that wrote in after the council, the PHP work session about maybe it shouldn't be a percentage, maybe it should be a unit target. And then eventually we do convert it to a unit target, but maybe it's, if the planning area has this many existing housing units, then your affordable target is this. So I think that we're still workshopping the affordability aspect. Like I said, this is the one we struggled with the most, but I think we appreciate this feedback, and I think that it's, this is great feedback that we can take back and look into.
So we're going to let you continue.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, and so as Lisa mentioned, here is the translation of those percentages being applied to the local target and how then that corresponds to a specific number of units, affordable units, and then how that looks on the map. But again, we're going to continue to work on this one. So when we did go to the Planning, Housing, and Parks Committee on July 10th, we did get some feedback, and one of the ones, as it's been mentioned, was to consider a couple of different weighting alternatives. And so we're going to show you what those options were. So this is our original weighting, the 30, 30, 30, 5, and 5. One option that we proposed is looking at 30, 30, 30, increasing the activity center density component to 10, and then really that gives you, that's 100 right there. And then we said, then you're really treating the premium factor as an add-on. So the total amount possible would be 105. I remember that only 5 of the 22 qualified for this premium factor. So for most of them, it's really out of 100, but total would now be out of 105 points. And then the other modification that was proposed was decreasing the Thrive and zoned capacity components slightly and increasing the activity center density and the premium factor both to 10. So this would keep it at 100 points total. But these have different implications in terms of their outcomes. Now, I will mention that tweaking these weights a little bit here and there on the margin doesn't really make massive changes to these results, but we tried to demonstrate it somehow. So you'll see now in this table, and this was included in the staff report, you've got the original housing target. And again, this is based on the 31,000 and the weights that we had drafted here. And then this is what the new target would be under option 1, which was the 30, 30, 30, 10 for the, just go back to here, 10 for the activity center and 5 for the premium factor. So you can see here's what the new values are. Here's how we changed. So North Bethesda just fell by 9 units, less than a 0.5%, 0.2% of a change. And we also include the rank, not that we think that this is a ranking of any sorts, but we just wanted to give you a sense of how they were moving kind of in terms of level here. And most of them stayed the same. The only changes in terms of like where they moved down or up were these 4 here. Potomac fell 1, Travilla fell 1, Cloverleaf fell 1, and only jumped up 3. So jumped in top of all of those. But you could see the percent changes. Biggest percent change was the Patuxent, increased 37% with this, and then there were a few others that, a good number that fell. So here's now a map that we haven't shown previously that shows how those changes are reflected here. So the darker in the red or orange colors are where we saw the greatest decrease, and the darker greens are where we saw the greatest increase in this particular option. The second option here was a little different. We saw some flipping of these two, Germantown and Gaithersburg vicinity. We saw the same flipping that we saw down here of those 4. These changes are a little bit bigger, larger percentage changes. Even Patuxent increased 41% here. But you could see in a map how this looks here. So we see a lot coming from Germantown and Upper Rock Creek and even North Bethesda. But before it only fell by 9, this one it fell by 115. And more emphasis being placed on East County here. I'm going to show you those so you can see now that the weighting options on the left and the change from the original here, and I'll bounce back and forth. So this is option 1, option 2. Just so you can see where they place different emphasis across the county. Now, I know one of the suggestions that we had here was to decrease the household forecast weighting. We did not do one where we did that, but we could, run a similar, if there's a particular weighting that you think might be helpful for the council to consider, we're going to, one of the next steps is for us to send a memo showing the results of this change here, these options. We could also include one that the planning board had a recommendation for.
I think, yeah, thanks. Regarding the household forecast, I think I was primarily bringing that up just as kind of a point of discussion almost, or food for thought, or future consideration. I personally, I'm happy to defer to you all and your teams on this kind of weighting. My interest was kind of more on the kind of below the surface, like methodological side, and whether we feel like we're kind of accounting for all of the things, whether we're accounting for too many things that are too highly correlated, or vice versa in some cases. But I mean, one takeaway that I noticed when you kind of toggle through these map changes, reducing the strength of the residential capacity weighting, we can see, for example, that Tacoma Park starts to pop a little bit more, and I thought that was kind of an interesting change, where I guess my assumption there is that maybe they're not currently zoned for as much capacity as other places. And once we reduce the strength of that weight, then their share starts to go up because, we're focusing more on other things that they perform more strongly on. And I think that gets to some of the other points that were made around that as well, that if we do feel like Tacoma Park, just to sort of pick on them, to use them as an example, if we do feel like they need to take on more growth, then perhaps, option 2 is a way of kind of getting at that issue. Areas that have been more resistant to allowing it for whatever reason, or more resistant to changing the zoning to allow for it, reducing that weighting could be a way to methodologically allocate a little bit more toward them.
I think it was largely that, they were one of the 5 that received the premium factor, right? Because they are largely in the corridor focused growth area, and they've seen very little new development. And so, in option 2 here, we're increasing that to 10 points. In option 1, they do have the activity center. I think, again, this is coming into play a lot here.
Yeah, and I do agree that the premium factor, maybe we should leave it to your intuition of, you have been familiar with the county, and we know that where are the areas that they lack and they need to have more growth. So we could play with that number in a way that it works with your intuition to make sure that it goes in the right place. That's how you could make it work, because not everything could be done by numbering system, but you could allow it that way. And I think that maybe the third option that you gave, this one, option 2, maybe work more into intuition areas that you wanted to see more growth. But as Commissioner Linden said, I leave it to your judgment in regard to where these weight numbers are. There's not such a big difference, especially that I really believe that the area of bioscience, because county is going toward bioscience, and we want to be, after Boston area, that we are the center for bioscience. And we are getting there, but we don't have the residential there. So these numbers definitely would change when you have the new master plans that they come.
Yeah. So I'll let Commissioner Hedrick speak, but I think the option 2, I think is great. You did option 2. I think you let us know what you need from us. But I'm glad you did option 2, and that gives a little less weighting on some of those things that I think are very correlated, and gives the sort of the activity center density and the premium factor, some things that is a policy thing, things we want to see moving forward. But tell us what you need from us. But this is a great, and I'll let Commissioner Hedrick you wanted to bring up something, James.
Oh yeah, no, just really quickly, I do think this is great work. I wanted to focus on mention a couple of things, in that this, changing the numbering, the weighting, I think only option 2 really changes anything significantly in the amount of weighting, so much so because the planning areas are relatively large and the changes on the other ones are relatively small. So I agree. I'm happy to defer to y'all on which one you think is more is a better representation of sort of what we want. The other thing too is that we're far along in the process and things like that, but I think we could do some things like make the assumption that we have to account for all the 41,000, since we don't have. I mean, we could do things like assume that we need to account for all 41,000 housing units or things like that. That since we don't have control over Rockville and Gaithersburg, we could make if we really wanted to change things, we could make assumptions along the lines of like the rest of the county has to account for the full set, and that also like this is to give us an idea of where potentially, and we want housing to go, but the numbers aren't, we're not going to specifically get exactly 3,297 housing units in a particular area. What we're looking at is sort of a where to encourage, where to put our emphasis on, where to where we have our infrastructure, where we have our activity centers and things like that. And so I think that keep in mind that this is a a very detailed and statistical approach to give us an idea. Like, we're not command and control at this point, but otherwise, like, I think that the encouraging as much housing in as many places and as close to the infrastructure we have is the goal. So let's keep the overarching goal in mind.
Great. So we'll leave it. Use your discretion on what you send over, but this is wonderful. And if you need any more feedback from us, please let us know.
Very good.
Great, thank you. And just lastly, we'll just point out, I kind of highlighted this a little bit already. We're going to continue to work on this through this month and then beyond that, actually. But we are going to send a memo to the PHP committee, letting them know the impacts of the potential modifications that they had asked for. And then in the fall, we're going to begin some more community outreach, and I think the discussion there will be largely about how do we make these things possible, what types of policies and what types of localized kind of targets, changes can be made to achieve these targets. And then we're going to also research policies and other programs that others across the country are doing to kind of spur housing growth. That was it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very
So
interesting.
we're going to take a 15-minute break.
Is that lunchtime? Are we going to take lunch?
Good afternoon. We're on item number 8, the Crabs Branch Way Extension and Washington Grove Connector Trail, the study update, where staff is recommending transmitting comments to the Montgomery County Department of Transportation on the Crabs Branch Way Extension roadway and the design of the Washington Grove Connector Trail. We'll first have staff present the study, and then we'll have let the applicant present their. Yes, let's go ahead. Mr. Aldrich, could you please present the staff report?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Steve Aldrich from the Countywide Planning and Policy Division, here to present item 8, basically an update on the Crabs Branch Way Extension project.
Staff is recommending transmitting comments to the Montgomery County Department of Transportation on the Crabs Branch Way Extension roadway and the design of the Washington Grove Connector Trail. We'll first have staff.
Okay.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So for the outline, what we're actually going to do is I'm going to give a brief introduction and talk about really what the focus of this briefing is today, some history of the last planning board review. There was another briefing back in 2021. And then Rebecca Park, who is the project manager from Montgomery County DOT, she's going to do a 10-minute overview on the project. It is actually 2 projects that are being done together. So there's a lot to really sort of describe and set the stage for. And then we'll come back and talk about what is being proposed, how it's consistent with master plans, and what was evaluated since the last planning board visit. And our conclusions based on that information, and then we have some recommendations or comments for the planning board to consider. So to start with, this is essentially 2 projects, and you'll note in the graphic it actually has a description of each of the projects, and each project is funded under a different capital improvements program budget. The Washington Grove Connector Path is funded through the Bikeway Program Minor Project. That's shown in blue. And the Crabs Branch Way to Amity Drive Extension is funded under the Facility Planning Transportation CIP budget, and that's shown in orange. The fact that they commingle, that's what sort of why these studies have been done together. And I think possibly the key is in terms of implementation and how do they interrelate. So the focus of the briefing today, as I mentioned, there was a planning board briefing in April 2021. And at that time, the Crabs Branch study part of the project was not significantly advanced, really due to COVID-19. As part of any study of a road extension, you need to have good traffic data and really evaluate what all the traffic impacts will be. And because they couldn't get a good baseline of traffic data during COVID, they had to delay that part of the study until they could collect some traffic data. And so Rebecca will be presenting some of that information. What we actually find is that while in many places traffic has returned to normal, and there actually is a new normal, as everyone realizes. So the existing data that was collected in 2022, I believe, wasn't actually used for existing because it was lower than data that was conducted back in 2019. So that's something that we've been learning, is that we do have a new normal, and we definitely have to be aware of that as we evaluate transportation impacts. The planning board recommendations in 2021 focused primarily on the Washington Grove Connector Trail elements, and I would say most specifically on the connection between Crabs Branch Way and the town of Washington Grove. The recommendations shown on the screen there, the first major one was that the Brown Street connection, which is listed as alternative 3.
Because it was lower than data.
And we're having a feedback problem again. That should be advanced as the preferred trail alternative. A lot of work was done, including a lot of coordination with folks in the town of Washington Grove. And Parks was heavily involved in the review of that as well. And so this was, I think an additional recommendation from the planning board was that At the time, it was called an alternative, but a project called the Picea Court Connector was seen as having an additional bicycle pedestrian improvement and connectivity benefit between the town of Washington Grove and Amity Drive. And certainly, when we talk about how can we build the trail across Piedmont Local Park, the Picea Court Connector, I think, is a key part of the interim solution because it does provide a connection so that especially bicycles and even pedestrians can make that connection across through a paved way and not interrupt any potential road construction when that occurs. The second recommendation from the planning board at that time was that a paved trail connection between Amity Drive and Crabs Branch should be built in the interim. So that would be I guess I would call it the second part of the Washington Grove Connector project. And it says until the Crabs Branch Way extension project is constructed. And I think this was on the realization that it may take many years before we actually get the funding of a road extension project. Probably many people think it will never happen, but it is a master planned improvement. It's been approved by the planning board and by the county council. So it's pretty much set. I think that there are some things that could come up during DOT's evaluation that could say maybe it's not feasible, maybe it's not cost effective, and that will be work for the county DOT and the county council to figure out as their project moves forward. But I think from the planning board side, whether the road extension exists or not has been spoken to in master plans several times. The third item is the cross-section used to design the Crabs Branch Way extension should use the neighborhood connector street type presented in the Complete Streets Design Guide. The fourth one is that Montgomery County DOT should come back, and I'll highlight it here because that's why we're here today. And then the fifth recommendation, the fifth recommendation was that any trail or roadway alignments pursued are required to proceed through Montgomery County Parks Concept Review Process and Park Construction Permit Review and Approval prior to any construction. The master plan right-of-way for the Crabs Branch extension goes through the Piedmont Local Park and would require a park permit and a disposition of land to approve.
Steve, can you on the map show the first map where is, because it was shown everything goes through park, at least when I look at the Google map, and some part it was park in Washington Grove. Is the road right now located? Yeah, you see the green area. I couldn't figure out which park is what, and if the road gonna go through the park and whose park.
Okay, great question, and I wish I had a better map. I apologize, but I believe the town of Washington Grove owns probably the square part of the park that's adjacent to the town limits. And then I think that's the conservation park. And the part of the park between Crabs Branch Way and Amity is called the Piedmont Crossing Local Park, which is owned by the commission.
So both the road and the trail goes through the Montgomery Parks property?
That is my understanding.
Okay.
And one thing I didn't point out in this graphic is the proximity and the connectivity of these projects to the Shady Grove Metro. As you can see, it's about 1.2 miles away. But I think this is why, during, I guess as recently as the Shady Grove Minor Master Plan Amendment, this is seen as an important connection.
I know, but is the current park being used on this location? Is it any kind of, facility, ball field, or anything there?
And we have Mr. Doug Stevens from Parks.
Doug Stevens with Montgomery Parks Resource Analysis. So right now, Steve is correct in how he's described the park property. So there is a Washington Grove portion that they own. We actually manage and maintain that. And Steve did highlight those areas correctly. Right now, it's a local park designation, but there are no, other than a few natural surface trails, there are no like recreational amenities or anything like that at this time.
Okay.
So if you have any other, and we don't really have any plans at this time for the park because, we need to understand what's going to happen with this type of development, because obviously that would, greatly impact how much usable space we would have at the park. But a road and a trail could also, as a positive, provide, some access to that park as well, so that then we could have some recreational amenities there. But right now, it is a much-loved park by the community, but again, it's just natural surface trails that we have through there at this time.
Okay, you know that there's always a lot of cry out when a piece of the park is taken away, so I don't know. But we listen to your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so now Rebecca Park from Montgomery County DOT is going to give you a short presentation on the findings of their analysis and the purpose of their coming back to you today. Rebecca, and I'm going to.
You don't have to do it.
I don't.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Good afternoon. Does this work? Good afternoon. As Steve introduced, my name is Rebecca Park. I'm Transportation Manager with DOT and also Project Manager for Crabs Branchway Extension and Washington Grove Connector. As Steve introduced, this briefing is a follow-up to the first briefing for the project, which took place back in April 2021. At that previous briefing, the planning staff determined that there were not enough traffic study done for Crabs Branchway Extension in order for the planning board to make an informed decision on the Crabs Branchway Extension project. So MCDOT conducted a further traffic study. We are here today to present the traffic study results. In addition to that, we also would like to update you on the Washington Grove Connector Trail project. Next slide, please. Oh, control the, okay. Yeah, okay, I already covered the purpose of today's presentation. So here's the outline of the presentation. I will briefly touch on the funding source and current schedule of the project, followed by the Crabs Rancher Extension's traffic study and update on Washington Grove Connector Trail. As Steve already shared this screen with you, this is a really unique project that it combines two projects into one. Blue line represents the trail, the yellow line represents the roadway connection. So it has different funding sources, as also Steve mentioned. And in terms of the schedule, Crabs Branchway Extension is almost at the end of the facility planning phase 1, whereas the Washington Grove Connector advanced to facility planning phase 2, and we just completed the 15% design of the project. What you're looking at right now is the aerial view of the roadway connection. It connects from the end of the Crabs Branchway all the way out to Amity Drive. And this is the typical section of the roadway connection. We have a side path on one side and sidewalk on the other side, and we propose a grass buffer between the travel lane and a pet and bike facility.
So is that side path, that is the trail?
Yes.
This is the combined section of the trail and the roadway?
Correct.
Okay.
So this is the level of service for a total of 8 intersections that MCDOT performed the traffic study. These 8 intersections are around the project site. This is the current level of service. So with that, we conducted a traffic forecasting. We forecasted the traffic for year 2040, and we set up two scenarios: 2040 new build versus 2040 building this roadway connection. The letter in blue represents the improvement in level of service. The letters in red represent regression. So there is a slight improvement at one intersection, which is a Shady Grove Road at Tupelo Drive, and there is the level of service will worsen at a couple of intersections if the roadway gets built. So out of the 8 intersections we studied, Shady Grove Road at Crabs Ranch Way intersection is a major intersection with a traffic congestion right now. So this slide shows the key comparative differences for that intersection between 2040 no build versus build. The components of the key comparative differences are the delay and level of service and 95th percentile queuing length. As you can see here, the delay is definitely increased. That would increase. So is the queuing length as the result of building this roadway connection. And it will certainly increase the traffic volume more so on these 2 locations, which is Amity Drive south of Epsilon Drive, and the other is Crabs Ranch Way north of Shady Grove Road. So this concludes the traffic study portion.
Can you explain just out of curiosity, so 33, the delay, 33 seconds versus 33 seconds means what? Delaying where, like at the traffic light, or what does that mean?
Well, delay at correct, that delay at the intersection. So, you wanna?
Sure, yes, yeah. So, my name is Moyasar Mohammed. I'm the civil engineering design manager for this project. So we done the study. So the delay is representing the volume.
Can you speak up a little bit?
Yeah, sure. I said the delay that's from 33.7 second no build versus 41. It represents that's the delay will happen in an intersection going to this connection, Shady Grove and Crabs Branch. So it's decreased. It's adding more delay on that specific intersection, Shady Grove and Crabs Branch. Okay. And there's slight also like in the AM time, in a PM is less. So it's not because the peak hour is normally in the AM time. That's why you see more. But in a PM, it's 0.3 of a second. It's something negligible at nighttime, yeah.
Great. And then this, what is this? Is this 90 percentile queue? That means how far it's backed up? Is that what it means?
Yeah, that's kind of from the intersection. That's 95 percentile of the, exactly right. So downstream, gonna build up for, instead of, it used to be 205 feet, it's gonna be 347 feet. So there's a difference of 100 and 140 or 100, yeah.
Okay, it's at the light, whatever.
At the light, yeah,
Okay.
at the intersection.
And if I may interject, 95th percentile queue is often used for design purposes because you want to make sure that whatever you design can accommodate 95% of your demand, which is a pretty good rate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Moyasser. So that concludes the traffic study portion of the presentation. As I said earlier, I would like to update you on the status of Washington Grove Connector, which is a bike trail of the project. The yellow line represents the bike trail from Crabs Branch Way all the way out to Amity Drive, and it also makes a connection to the Brown Street that's located in Washington Grove Connector. This alignment of the trail follows the roadway alignment, and it also follows the roadway elevation. So if and when the roadway connection gets built, this trail will not going to be demolished, will stay in place. This design also will result in significant about earthwork. There will be 14 feet at maximum differences in the elevation between the proposed and existing. So that is this is the design we actually presented to the public, to the town of Washington Grove this past April. This is the other design we also presented to the town in April. The town has been advocate for the Washington Grove connection only. So we designed the trail from the end of Crabs Branch Way out to the Brown Street. This is less cost, but this portion right here, from end of the Crabs Branch Way to the point where it makes a 90-degree turn, it does follow the roadway elevation, and it does follow the roadway alignment of the future connection. So we also estimated the construction cost for each of the trail, and the entire trail from Crabs Branch Way to Amity Drive will cost a little less than $3 million, whereas the Brown Street connection only will cost around $1 million. And as Steve mentioned, the community wanted a connection adjacent to Pasilla View Court, which allows the trail users to easily navigate through and will travel out to Ridge Road out to the west. So that's included. This Pasilla View section is also included in the project.
But only if they did the whole thing. I mean, if you didn't do the whole,
Can we go back to, oh, sorry, how do I go back to this? Sorry. Okay. Yeah, no.
All this,
Yeah, if we do all this, all of these.
all this, then you could do that other piece.
Yeah, otherwise it wouldn't make sense
Okay,
to just.
great.
You have doing
Great.
this only, that doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Yeah, could you just then, because I didn't understand the two different scenario of just 1 million versus just the connection versus 2 million. Are we proposing different projects, or are we saying that the total project, the 2.9 million, includes the connection? Could you go back to the cost estimate?
So $2.7 million includes the construction. It provides the construction of this main alignment and also this connection of the bike trail.
How many miles is that, all of this together?
It's, if I remember, it's less than a mile. It's
The whole thing is less than a mile?
Less than a mile, yeah. But I couldn't get you an answer. If you give me a second, I'll find it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the reason that it's so costly is because it's a lot of earthwork, 14 foot.
Correct.
That's correct, because even though it's a trail, I mean, we are meeting the roadway elevation, so we have to excavate as much as we are building the roadway.
Have you included, so it makes sense that if you're doing the earthwork, you do the earthwork for the whole road. Because it doesn't make sense that you just do for 10 foot and then you build it up and berm it up, and then it's just not going to be cost efficiency.
Yeah, I agree with you. What we did propose initially is, we will build the embankment because we have 3 ravines running here. And the elevation, as Mr. Rebecca said, there's like 14 feet difference. So we will try to clear the trees, the big trees, if the road happens. So clear the trees, but we may not make the whole embankment for the road because it's just.
Up to a point.
Yeah, but we're trying to maintain that if the road comes in, we don't need to shut it down. So we could, the big massive trees will be reduced and put the small plants, so to facilitate for the road. But we may not gonna propose the whole road on the same time if there's funding.
Yeah,
available.
because it's like construction for less than a mile of trail work is over $3.5 million. And there is no bridge, no nothing.
No, there is culverts. We're building culverts. So we're building 3 culverts one at the big, actually two.
Yeah, but culverts are
Yeah.
not expensive, yeah.
Commissioner Pedwin, to respond to your question, the main trail scales that to about a third of a mile, and the connection to Brown Street is like 300 feet, something in that range.
How much of a mile you said?
Almost 4/10.
Really? Okay.
Okay. So, moving on to the next. So, at the public meeting, the town did not support any of the trails that we presented. They found this design to be significantly environmentally disruptive and too costly. So, we, DOT, went back, explored other options, and came up with the 3 different design alternatives. And here's option 1, and here's option 2, and here's option 3. And option 3 is different from the other options because it starts on the other side of the Crabs Branchway. And if and when the construction roadway happens, this option will be completely demolished. This trail will have to be demolished in order to accommodate new road connection. And here's the cost estimate for the 3 design alternatives. Option 1 will be $1.4 million, 2 being a little less than $1 million, and then option 3 is the least expensive project that's about $800,000. Now, we shared that 3 design alternatives with the community, and they came back with their feedback as shown in red sketches here. They prefer the option number 3 with the modifications as shown here, but they do understand that this trail will get wiped out if and when a roadway connection happens. And because of that, if this option 3 with modification cannot happen, then they will go with the option 4. But again, it will create the either significant amount of earthwork, or we have to put a structure, a bridge that will be 14 feet high above the existing terrain. So that was the design alternatives that we shared and the feedback we received from the community. And here's a project schedule. So we are anticipate submitting the project to the Planning Commission for mandatory referral this fall. Anticipate completing the 35% design of the Brown Street connection only, and anticipating that the final design of the Brown Street connection will be completed in the fall 2024. If the construction funding is available for Brown Street, then we'll be able to start the construction of the Brown Street Trail in fall 2025 with a construction duration of 6 months.
When you say Brown Street connection, what happened to the rest of the trail?
So, as Steve and I explained in the beginning, we don't have funding for the construction for the entire trail yet. I think construction of Brown Street is much more doable. So it's yet to be discussed and determined. So, that's it for my presentation.
Okay, let's just go back a second. So talking to the community that was recently, as you're saying? Yes. Okay, so.
Yes.
So you presented, if you can go back to the options, from what I understand, your preferred H Street option was the option where in the future you would not have to, it would be, you'd have to build this embankment, but you wouldn't have to demolish it, or if you continue with the roadway over to Amity, correct? With the whole trail and the Amity, correct? That was that was your preferred option, is that?
I mean, I wouldn't say prefer option. I will, as our position, we try to put together what's feasible with the amount of funding we have right now. And we listen to the community for their need and what's shown in the master plan. So I'm not here to make any recommendation on which trail is the best.
Let me just say that. So that was one option, which was 1.2 million if you didn't do the whole thing, correct? And then the community came back and said they didn't want the rest of the roadway, but they wanted some other options, and they wanted those other options because they think they weren't environmentally disruptive, or who's paying for this at the end of the day? Like
the county.
The county's paying for it. Okay.
Right.
And so they suggested some other options, and they liked this option, this one, I guess, here.
With the modification, yeah.
And
yeah.
that option was 750,000 or something.
Right.
But it created, is this the one that created this bridge you needed to do, or no?
There will be no bridge for this option, but this will be an option that will be wiped out if and when construction of the roadway happens in the future.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right. I think what I'd like to do is, one, I'd like to show a map. Unfortunately, I did not put it in. And if you could switch to the view from my screen. This is a great map that we've developed at the Planning Department, MC Atlas, and I apologize it wasn't in the staff report because I think I should have anticipated that there'd be some questions about the parkland and the location of the alignment for this Crabs Branch Way extension. So as you can see here, the area in green bordering the town of Washington Grove, that's the Washington Grove Meadow Conservation Park. And then the parcels below it are the Piedmont Crossing Local Park, as Doug Stevens was referring to. So now what I'd like to do is go to our, oh, sure.
Okay. Frankly, I'm still confused. On this alignment, that is the future, could you show where the Brown Street connector trail is and how the proposed alignment by the citizens would interfere with the construction of the new road? I would like to see that in here. I do not know. Where is Brown Street? Because we didn't see all of those together.
Brown Street, if you can see my cursor on the screen.
Yes, I see that.
That is Brown Street, and the trail would connect into the end of Brown Street and come down pretty much along the line that my cursor's following.
Yeah, and how the new proposed location interferes with that.
I think it has to do with how that trail would tie into the termination of existing Crabs Branch Way, and that if the Crabs Branch Way was extended, portions of that trail would be in the way of the construction of a road and would then have to be ripped up while a road was constructed.
I thought you have to build this up, that where the early part of those dotted lines in order to make that whole thing work. Is that not true?
Yeah, if I can use Rebecca's
That's
scheme.
true for the road.
Yeah,
the road goes up.
And right, and so you wanted to do the H, whatever that, up to, so it's pretty much at the same level of the future road. Is that what I understand?
Right.
That was our initial study. We were studying the master plan alignment of the road and the trail adjacent to it. And so that And then we looked at the option that we presented to the town and the public in the spring was that trail on the, that would be adjacent to the road alignment, that if the road came along would not be wiped out. So it has to be also at a higher elevation.
And that's what they don't want. They want to keep it at the existing elevation. That's why it's going to be.
So, yeah, to summarize, the town of Washington Grove, one, they're not interested in the road connection because it doesn't really serve them. But two, they are very interested in a bike connection, which would be the first part of the trail and then the spur up to Brown Street. And there's been a lot of communication with them, to do that, perhaps to do that first. But if we're going to do it in a way that allows the road to come in and not wipe out something, then it becomes a much less environmentally sensitive and a more costly option to build it and not have to tear it out
But the
later.
trail and the road are on the same elevation. My understanding is that that's the first question that Chair
Correct.
Harris
That's what we
asked.
studied. That was our initial study.
Yes. So if
This
the
town asked us to study something different after we presented it to them, because they're not really in favor of that. So we did.
So
Those are
they want the
subsequent
trail to
options.
be lowered also.
Yes, I mean.
That's correct.
Okay.
Correct.
You
Close
could
to the
consider it
terrain.
interim or long-term temporary, because we don't know when the funding, that was their approach to us. So we said we could look at that, come up with some costs, and present it to decision makers.
So why doesn't, I think that it makes sense because to me, spending $750,000 to build something and then we remove it, not knowing exactly what we're going to do in future, it makes sense that the design and construction of the trail, not the extension of the road, the trail along Crabs Branch Way and the connection to Brown Street, they should go together. They can, even though as an interim, they want to decide that they're going to have, forget about the road as an interim, they want to do the trail along Crabs Branch Way and also the connection to Brown Street. This should be designed together, that you get the trail and the connection. It doesn't make sense that we just get the connection but not the bike trail. Am I clear? I guess you're not, but I'm
Well,
talking.
that's confusing. What you just said is confusing to me. I don't think we would design the road and not the bike trail.
No, I'm not talking about the road. I'm just talking right now because it looks like that the construction and design of the trail is going to be sooner than the road, correct? Or
Well, it could be if it was affordable.
Yeah.
So, and we're talking, again, I think it's important to talk about the trail in two pieces. We'll talk about first the Brown Street connection, and then the rest of the trail over to Amity Way, or Amity Lane.
I know, but if you want to keep each of them separately, then and go with the proposed alternative that the citizen gave it to you at the public meeting, it may be completely removed when the trail comes. That's the issue. That's why that if you want to have
Correct.
them
You're exactly right. That is the issue.
separately doesn't make sense. You have to do them together. That's what I'm talking about.
So is there any more parts of the presentation? Okay.
Yeah, the one thing I'd like to point out is that the reason for this briefing was really to update the board, in response to a planning board request to update about Crabs Branch Extension. And as it's obvious, like the two projects are inextricably combined, and it's made both of them very complicated. But we will have another chance for the planning board to weigh into the project, which is when this project or these two projects come back for mandatory referral. And at that point, the actual design that's being proposed will be reviewed in quite a lot of detail, and we can get into it at a higher level. I think here the key is how can we build something on an interim basis at less expensive cost, whether it gets ripped up or not, but try to provide the pedestrian and bicycle connections as soon as possible, especially for the parts of the trail that are advanced as much as they are, and then still continue planning on the rest of the project. And certainly that's the challenge that Montgomery County DOT has to do. And we're just trying to make sure that these facilities ultimately get constructed and they get designed well. But there will be more opportunities to look at this in detail. What I'd like to do is go through the rest of my presentation, and it mirrors what's in the staff report. So as we look at any project, certainly public sector project, we compare how the project conforms to the master plans that we have in place. And from the transportation side, we have several. For this project, the bicycle master plan recommends a trail connecting Crabs Branch Way with the town of Washington Grove, which is the Brown Street connection, part of the Washington Grove Connector Trail. The bicycle master plan also recommends a trail connecting Crabs Branch Way with Amity Drive across the Piedmont Crossing Local Park. I believe that might have been called the Piedmont Crossing Trail in the bicycle master plan. Both of these projects were Tier 1 priorities in the bicycle master plan, very important projects to advance. The third item here is that the master plan of highways and transitways recommends the Crabs Branch Way extension as a planned neighborhood connector street. For folks who are familiar with the old classification system, this used to be called a primary residential street. And the nuance with the complete streets conversion that happened this year is that the cross sections for these street types now have much more multimodal design considerations. And so as you can see in this cross section with the street classification, there's specific standards and design guides for accommodation for pedestrians and bicycles, and even for the green space in between, certainly for green infrastructure and even for safety purposes. This is the recommended cross-section for a neighborhood connector from the Complete Streets Design Guide, which is really sort of the guiding document that now supports the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways. And many of the elements in the design guide have been used and presented in Montgomery County DOT's presentation of what they would build for the Crabs Branch Way extension. 10.5-foot travel lanes, no parking in this case, 6-foot street buffers, 10-foot side paths, 6-foot sidewalks, and 2-foot maintenance buffers. One thing I will mention, because this may come back during mandatory referral, but often when roads or facilities are built through park property, the side path width often gets reduced to the minimum standard, which is 8 feet. And I guess that will depend on how park staff looks at their park resource and whether their the extra 2 feet is suitable. In general, the 10-foot side path it's the county default. It's the width of facility that we prefer, but we understand that on park property and environmentally sensitive properties, that sometimes you need to go a little narrower for small segments. Rebecca had presented the traffic evaluation, and this is just sort of a summary of it. The road extension was shown to, essentially carry somewhere between 3,000 to 4,000 vehicles a day by 2040. A very significant increase on the roads connecting to it, certainly because the road doesn't exist today. I will note that for a neighborhood connector street, 3,600 vehicles per day is well within the typical range. And while some of this traffic may actually divert into the neighborhoods, maybe from Redland Road or some other place, this certainly is not. This is not going to become a boulevard or a freeway. It's certainly well within the range that you would expect on a road of this type. The traffic impacts or effects for the peak hours levels of service, which is, this is the metric that we use for traffic studies pretty much, I would say, across the country, but certainly in this county. The impacts were not major. We definitely found that the Crabs Branch Way approach to Shady Grove Road that delay there increased significantly, but the volume increased significantly. But the overall impacts to that intersection were actually relatively minor because there's a lot of traffic on Shady Grove Road today. And there was actually significant shifts from, I think Rebecca mentioned Tupelo Drive, but the other end of it is called Epsilon Drive. And a lot of traffic uses that road today to get to Shady Grove. And making a right on that road, especially peak hours, is very difficult. It is signalized, but it's a little bit of a safety concern, and the speeds on that road are very high. So, I think from a Vision Zero perspective, sometimes shifting traffic away from problematic locations definitely have some benefit. So staff, when we reviewed the traffic evaluation part of this project, we concluded that the project would have acceptable traffic impacts and not, really not create impacts that we didn't anticipate. And so we strongly support the Crabs Branch Way Extension project. And, besides just the traffic impact, it is consistent with approved master plans and improves connectivity to the Shady Grove Metro Station and commercial areas. And it is very consistent, I would even say, from, Thrive Montgomery 2050, the idea of, improving neighborhood connectivity, completing the grid. There are a lot of elements in our, current master plans that really strongly support the extension of roads where possible and where master planned. So the comments that we provide for planning board consideration, the first one is that the traffic analysis conducted for the Crabs Branch Way extension supports the master plan road extension. We really don't see that traffic as an impediment to Montgomery County DOT's study continuing. We think that hopefully that will, maybe alleviate some concerns that this connection was going to create a lot of cut-through traffic. We also provide a comment that we feel like the construction of the Brown Street connector portion of the Washington Grove connector project should be prioritized, as this section of the project has a substantial public support, including from the town of Washington Grove. It's much further along in the design process and has a relatively low cost. Could have even lower cost, depending on how it's designed. And the third is that, that we think the applicant should continue to advance development of a trail through Piedmont Crossing Local Park to Amity Drive, which is the second part of the Washington Grove connector. If the council decides to fund construction of this road extension beyond facility planning, this trail should be constructed adjacent to the roadway, and any trail alignments pursued are required to proceed through Montgomery Park's concept review process and receive park construction permit review and approval prior to construction. And those are our comments on the study, and we're happy to take any more questions either for staff or for the applicant.
Thank you very much. We have the mayor online, and I'd like the mayor to discuss his thoughts on this project.
And Mr. Chair, I also want to mention we had two pieces of correspondence. One was from the mayor, as well as from another citizen, and those were in your packet as well.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Compton.
Yeah, okay. Well, I appreciate being able to speak here. The presentation you just heard caused me to kind of change my remarks because I fully understand that this planning board was not the planning board that heard the earlier mandatory referral. The fact is that the discussion of this road in connection with the Washington Grove connector was requested by the planning board. In fact, in 2021, the Washington Grove connector study was funded, and in fact, construction funds were allotted. But at the 21 meeting, the board requested that the road alignment be examined. The MCDOT took that instruction and came back in their public meeting, as you heard, with a priority of the alignment of the road and sort of an afterthought for the Washington Grove connector. I appreciate the comment that Oh, it seems like the road and the trail should be combined. But if you, but to do that, you have to appreciate, is that road going to be constructed and when is it going to be constructed? So when is it going to be constructed, I would suggest is really uncertain. The need for the road is not really supported by the traffic study. We would argue with the conclusions of staff that to call this a neighborhood road is incorrect. It connects a neighborhood, all right, but it opens a neighborhood up to a lot of traffic. It also causes all sorts of problems to parkland that the fact Parks owns. It has some significant environmental effects in order to build the dang road, whereas the trail has none of those. And the fact that they were connected has delayed the Washington Grove connector. The reason this little segment, and you're looking at cost, is really so important to the Bikeways Master Plan is that it also connects Gaithersburg to the county's downstream bikeway system. Currently, that connection is on 355. I won't even go into it. The current connection is absolutely untenable for real biking and certainly for pedestrian multi-use. But if this connector is completed and Gaithersburg's completion of some additional pathway entering the town on the Gaithersburg side, the county will have achieved a major increase in connectivity to the metro and the bike system. So that's why this is important, and it's important that it be built sooner rather than later. And this road is not going to be built anytime soon. I would suggest that a close look at it would suggest that. We have proposed that the connector be constructed first. The idea that it would have that the alignment that Ms. Park presented that crosses the hypothetical Crabs Branch extension alignment would mean that the pathway is removed is only affects half of the pathway. So the cost estimate, lost expense, or quote, undone construction isn't as extensive as was made out. Even worse, the earthworks required to create that alignment is so substantial, has such an effect on that area, that to do it early, even in some possible later construction of the road, is really probably not a very good idea. It would be fine if the road is funded and then you go ahead and you have to do all the earthworks and everything, but if it's not going to be built, to do any part of it would be a travesty on that area, which is fields, forest, and wetlands. So, what we are asking for is that the connector be facilitated the way it was supposed to be facilitated already 2.5 years ago. And instead, what I hear is it's going to continue to be connected to a roadway that's highly problematic. The cost of this segment, perhaps $1 million, depending on the alignment, depending on the bridges, the nature of the construction, will at least follow the contours of the land. It won't require any earthworks. It will be attractive. It will be a showpiece for MCDOT if they do it the way we think it can be done, which is cost no more than the kind of unimaginative alignment that they have currently proposed. So we urge that the planning board disconnect the connector from further studies of the extension of the road, even the extension of the trail, which they proposed should go next to the road, therefore earthworks. That trail could go on the contours of the land and not involve as great an impact or cost on the property, on the parkland that's there. But that's not what has been examined, and frankly, it's due to the planning board's adherence to this master plan road, which we believe a good look at will suggest the cost benefit analysis here Thrive 2050 notwithstanding, will suggest that this is one that maybe should be delayed if ever. So thank you. I do thank you for your attention. I'd be happy to answer any questions at any other time as to why we are so adamant. And we think we have the best interests of our part of the county. This is not a strictly Washington Grove benefit here. It's been on the books for more than 30 years.
Yes. Yeah,
It's
thank
about
you.
time.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Does anyone have any comments or questions of the mayor? If not, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, of the board, does anyone have any comments, or can we have some discussion on this?
If I could, just to kind of help provide a little bit of clarity here too. The two projects that, for the record, Jason Sartori, Chief of Countywide Planning and Policy at the Planning Department. The two projects, the trail and the roadway, were combined through, I'm thinking, the CIP process at some point. When the study, and again, this is not yet a mandatory referral, it's just the study. When the study came before the board in 2021, they were already combined. And the board's comments, at that time, the board requested additional study and information on the roadway, which is what was presented earlier. But also recommended that a paved trail connection be completed in the interim, meaning that it not have to be tied to the completion of the roadway. And so our comments today in review at this point are pretty simple, and just what you see on the screen in front of you is basically that, one, the traffic analysis conducted for the roadway, the extension, supports that going forward. And then two, with regard to the trail component of this, we are recommending that the board suggests to MCDOT that we do prioritize the Brown Street connection portion of that trail piece. And that is consistent with what the town of Washington Grove and the mayor has spoken to. And then that we also, number three here, that we continue to advance the larger trail piece. Again, separate from, doesn't necessarily have to be connected to the road, but that this can kind of almost be three separate projects. But these are the comments that we're hoping to kind of focus in on today.
Right.
And I will mention that when this was discussed and the planning board weighed in on the interim trail connection to Amity, I think the intention was that it should be within the right-of-way of the future Crabs Branch Way extension, not that it should be where the side path will go when that road is built. They didn't really speak to whether it should be built at any grade. A lot of times when you build an interim trail, you build it at as low cost as possible, which would be following the contours of the existing ground. So I'll just offer that as that's what you would typically do when you're trying to build a low-cost trail.
And is that what is on the table right now, the interim trail along Crabs Branch Way, when number 3?
That's one of our recommendations, which is that they should just continue to look at that. And I would say that they should look at lowering that cost as much as possible, because one thing I will definitely agree with Mayor Compton is that the timing of the Crabs Branch Way extension is uncertain. DOT still needs to go to council and request funds to continue past facility planning into design, and the priorities of whether this road connection are valued by the county and whether there's budget to build this road connection remains to be seen. But there's certainly very strong support for other elements of this combined project, and so that was really the basis of the comments we provided.
And I agree with that. I 100% agree with that, and that's what we were talking about. But I understand that I do believe that the interim trail along Crabs Branch and this Brown connection, it makes sense to be together because it provides the greatest connectivity to the bike lanes. Now, if the interim trail around Crabs Branch Way is not exactly at the final design, that is fine. We should try to find the one that is the lowest cost to bring it in, that at least that is in place until future time that it comes. But I do agree that I do support that number 2 and 3 to be looked at together. And you could maybe, just to make sure that this understanding is clear, to advance a development of a trail, you could put even though if it needed to put that, even though if it is an interim trail with the lowest cost possible to make this happen now, and provide the connectivity until future. That would be my recommendation.
And I will mention the Picea Core connector was always intended as what happens if any interim trail needs to get ripped up. If that happened, then the Picea Core would be there to provide connectivity that might be disrupted during construction of a future road.
So I just want to understand, you want us to provide these the traffic analysis, we're okay with the traffic analysis so they can continue moving forward with their study, design, whatever. The Brown Street connector portion, yes, prioritize, on board of prioritizing, but is it prioritizing in a temporary and permanent state, or is it prioritizing only in a state where it could also not be disrupted if you did the full connection? I'm trying to understand, is there a way to, so you talked about a temporary, but is it, what do you guys want? I mean, what are you advocating for? We all want the connection, Brown Street connection. Are you okay with the Brown Street temporary connection till it's fully funded, or you were recommending a permanent Brown Street connections that wouldn't be disrupted when you did the full, if the full roadway is fully funded? I'm not quite sure here, but let me ask the other commissioners, they have any other questions, and then we need to wrap this up and go forward. Okay.
I can add a point of clarification. What's really important about this project is that the Washington Grove connector is funded through a separate CIP project, and it's fully funded through construction potentially, depending on the size of that project. So therefore, if the project is less expensive, it's already in a CIP. It doesn't need a lot of approval. They just need to allocate the space within that level of effort CIP project. And once they do that internally, they can then proceed and design it and build it. If the project cost is expensive, let's say a long-term facility that will never get disrupted, the cost may be too large to go into that level of effort CIP and would have to be a standalone CIP project, which could delay the Brown Street connection. So in terms of if you want something implemented, and if Brown Street's ready to go, the argument is build whatever is the cheapest and don't worry about whether it's going to get ripped up, because it's only going to get ripped up if the road is extended, and many people have doubts that the road will be extended. So let's get something done, and if there are funds available, let's build it. I think that's sort of that's one train of thought.
Okay. So, Mr. Linden, or do you have any thoughts on this?
Just
recommendations?
I don't know if I have any recommendations, but I have a question. I guess mostly for my own education. Could you explain again what you mean when you say the traffic analysis supports the road extension?
Certainly. So when transportation facilities are proposed, consultants working for the Department of Transportation, they do studies to look at what are the impacts are going to be. And as part of that, they do traffic projections. They look at the future traffic network with the road, without the road. And so they basically try to forecast how much traffic will use that road. We looked at it in a little bit of detail, and maybe DOT and their consultant could address it a little better. But when we looked at the results, we found that the traffic volume that was projected was consistent for the type of road that it's master planned as, and that the traffic diversions that would be caused by the construction of the road were not major and were consistent with what we would expect with a neighborhood connector road connection.
Is there any consideration, so it sounds like it's evaluated in terms of what we would typically expect given a road of that nature and right-of-way size and things like that, but is it evaluated in terms of the goal of the connection? Because it seems like it's a worthy aspiration, at least, to connect to the metro. That seems positive. I imagine Shady Grove is a metro stop that people often drive to. It's probably largely a park and ride. The trail connection seems really potentially transformative. It turns what would be a huge roundabout walk and bike connection to the metro into maybe something that's a mile and a half from that point, at least. But focusing specifically on the road element and the value of the connection. Is there any evaluation, is there any consideration to what the traffic analysis means for kind of the goal of that roadway connection itself? Like, is it reducing, for example, VMT because people have to drive less to reach their destination? Is it reducing, or is it achieving other goals as well?
Well, actually, I'd like the applicant to speak to that if they could.
Yeah, this is my answer. If I can take the screen back, just want to show one thing. Yeah, so when you connect the road between Crabs Branch and Amity Drive, we studied multiple intersections around this area. So if you see the cursor, so multiple intersections. So yes, it's improved. And for someone want to get from this Crabs Branch with Shady Grove to the other side on that intersection here, and instead of going around the kind of go north in Shady Grove and make a turn, you could go through that new connection. So it definitely, because we studied all 8 intersections around that Crabs Branch, if it happens. So it's definitely reduced travel time for certain drivers. It could, and that's as a result, it could affect the level of service differently, as Mr. Rebecca shows earlier in this table here. Okay. So I have it. The others. Yes, here. So all these 8 intersections are affected by this, and that's we did the synchro modeling, and that's what the result we got. And as Steve said, this for the park, it's acceptable. We improve this intersection specifically to A. Those 2 decrease, but we're talking 2040, 20 years from now. There's increase in population, increase in traffic. This is still acceptable based on the traffic study. I hope I answer your question.
So one thing I'd like to add is that this connection was studied during the original Shady Grove master plan and was recommended and approved by the planning board and the council. It was restudied during the Shady Grove minor master plan amendment and was recommended and approved as well. So, at this stage of a project development, even at a briefing level, we're not necessarily asking the planning board to weigh in on something that the planning board has already reviewed and approved. That is really the job for the applicant and the county council to work through. What we recognize is that once we get, I guess the caveat is the last time the planning board has an opportunity to weigh in is mandatory referral, which is 35% design. And at that point, talking about the specific elements, that's where the planning board will have an opportunity to actually comment more fully on the design. But in terms of, feasibility and funding and timing, that's really more, I would say, the purview of the applicant and council working together to figure out how and when will that project get funded. I know that people think, well, maybe that road shouldn't be funded or shouldn't occur, but it's in a master plan. And one of our jobs as master planners is to help implement the master plans. So, we're looking more for obstacles. When we look at traffic, we say, does it show that it's going to create severe problems? We don't see severe problems. We see problems that I think we anticipated when worked on those previous master plans and worked through with the planning board and the council at that time. And that, that's why we support continuing to work on that project and see where it shakes out.
I guess that makes sense. Thanks for that explanation. And I guess in the interest of moving it forward, I think I support, certainly recommendations 2 and 3. My only potential suggestion would just be reframing recommendation number 1, if only to sort of recharacterize the way in which the traffic analysis study is being used. I'd like the way you described it just now, that it doesn't, its results demonstrate that there aren't potential obstacles. I don't know if I'm comfortable saying it supports it, because in my view, that would mean it supports the larger aim of the connection. But I'm not sure how others feel about that.
So, yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Linden. Mr. Hedrick, you haven't spoken on this, and then we'll go back to the mayor, and then, okay?
I have a question for the mayor.
Okay.
No.
So, were you going to say something, Mr. Hedrick?
No, I think the comments basically, and I'm going to try to sort of summarize all this. We're basically rank ordering that we want the Brown Street connector, the overall connection, and then the road if and when it ever happens, if it ever will. And if that's the case, then I'm perfectly fine with that. And I think that the transmitting the comments is overall good. I think I think the comments that the staff has put together, and I think their viewers are fine. That's all really the comment that I have for it right now.
I have a couple of questions for clarification for the mayor, Mr. Compton. Are you for the trail, but against the pre-construction for a road? Am I understanding that correctly? Or are you against both? Thanks.
All right, so which trail are you speaking of?
I'm speaking of either trail, the one from Amity connecting to Browns, or Amity splintering off or forking off connecting to Crabs Branch and Brown. So it's the trail, and it branches off. One connection goes to Brown, and the other one goes to Crabs Branch.
Maybe for
clarification, I need to clarify something which perhaps was not made clear in the presentation. That little Picea connection, the reason for that is that allows multi-users, meaning bikes, everybody, to proceed onto Washington Grove's Ridge Road. Ridge Road connects to Brown Street. It's a slight diversion. It goes around the outside of that park that's been talked about, just skirts the park. You come down Brown Street, you go on the Washington Grove connector, you get on Crabs Branch, and you're right onto the metro. So it is a slightly longer version of the recommended trail that has been discussed that would go along the road. So from our point of view, if you build the Washington Grove connector portion, you get the connection from Amity for the multi-user path. It's a little longer, but it is perfectly adequate, meets probably every standard for a path that the county holds. So we're perplexed at the emphasis on the trail separate from the road. Mind you, if you build the road, then it makes sense to shorten that trail and make it more direct. So that's my first comment on that. We question the need for the road. It has impacts of a number of different impacts. It's in the master plan. We were never able to argue it out of the master plan. But I think the traffic study begins to suggest that the benefits are wholly local. As was mentioned, sure, the community around Amity will get a much shorter connection to Shady Grove, to the metro, but none of the intersection traffic will deteriorate, improve, or anything. All those arguments just don't bring any bearing to the benefit. So, the road, and I appreciate that the mandatory referrals to the planning board should address, is the master plan road makes sense at this, after all these years of working. I think the trail across the park, the Piedmont Trail, that would go along the road, doesn't make sense independent of the road. I think the Washington Road Connector would provide tremendous benefit, as I've explained that before, and I think everybody agrees, the planning staff agrees, everybody agrees. So we can build it at substantially less cost. It will be attractive. It will maintain the contour of the land there, except it has to cross a wetland. So that's the bridge that was mentioned, or a boardwalk or something. And whether it goes in the alignment of a potential road or not is obviously an arguable decision. The cost could well be a factor, but I think it needs to be built. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to bring this to a conclusion, and I would go along with the recommendations that the staff has put together. It's been very apparent even that the Brown Street connector is important to the community, especially the bike connection, and the traffic analysis shows there's no major negative, and there's a need there. It will generate there's positive traffic there, and then we should continue the advancement of looking at this Piedmont crossing and let it go to the next level so the final decisions can be made. So if there's no other further discussions, I'd like to see if there's a motion to move forward with the staff report. I guess technically we have to say this, it's the staff recommendation to transmit comments to the Montgomery County Department of Transportation on the Crabs Branch Way Extension roadway and the design of the Washington Grove Connector Trail. Is that, do I have a motion? I'm sorry.
Just a point of clarification. Mr. Aldrich, I think you pointed out that we're following up on work that was previously approved by the commissioners prior to us, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So,
yes.
All right. So I make a motion to approve the Crabs Branch Way Extension and Washington Grove Connector Trail study update to the county council.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. 5-0. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks for the clarification.
Good afternoon. For the record, Robert Cronenberg, Deputy Director in the Planning Department. And we've had a number of requests from the Planning Board members to provide some updates and briefings on various aspects of the planning work that we do. And one of those has really been kind of an overview of the CR zones. And I'll be brief because I know it's late in the day, but you are going to get another briefing about the whole point system and the work that we're doing, or that Atul Sharma and Bilal Ali are doing on the revisions to the point system in September. So some of that is going to be a little redundant, so I can go a little quicker through that. But these are two optional method projects. Of course, one is our building in Wheaton, and then the one that you see on the right of this screen is the Elizabeth House, Alexander House development that includes the Silver Spring Recreation and Aquatic Center in downtown Silver Spring, right by the metro. So most of the applications you see are likely in the CR zone. And just a little history here for you, which we'll get into in just a minute. But in the downtown areas, and we had three traditional central business district zone, or central business district areas. One was Wheaton, Silver Spring, Bethesda, and Friendship Heights. And those had CBD zones, so central business district zones 1, 2, and 3. And they were similar to how they ranged in densities and heights. We don't have those zones anymore. They've been replaced with the CR zones back in 2014. But there is a little bit of a history in terms of why the CR zones were created. And I guess the bottom line for that is really to provide flexibility. So those CBD zones, really, you had two options. One was dwelling units per acre with no retail, no mixed use at all. And the other one was mixed use, where you had to apply an FAR base, floor area ratio. And there was just a minimum amount of commercial that you had. And I want to say it was like 1,200 square feet. So just to get to that point where you could actually put more units on your site meant you had to put some kind of retail in, whether it was effective or not, or whether it was in the right place or not. And so this, the CR zone actually allowed for a little bit more flexibility, and we were able to apply it throughout the county in a different way. So the most intense zone is the CR zone. And as you can, I don't need to go into the reading of this, but it allows greater densities and heights, up to 8 FAR and to 300 feet. The CRT zone, as you transition down in terms of intensity, was really intended for kind of the small downtown mixed-use pedestrian centers. And I have a few slides that show you some of those types of centers to give you a little bit better understanding. And you can see the densities and the heights start to decrease a little bit. The CR zone is kind of the lesser of the zones in terms of intensity and height, and it was really the transitional edges. So where we used to have like the CBD 0.5, which was kind of the most minimal amount of density that you have on the edges of your CBD areas, that's what the CR zone really is now. And so the densities and heights they range, as you can see, from 25 to 65 feet tall, and a pretty minimal amount of FAR as well. So the CR zones were considered incentive zones, and there's a few other, the LSC and the EOF zones, and LSC is Life Science Center, and EOF is Employment Office. We're really just talking about the CR zones today, but they really initially were to provide a flexible zone for infill development near transit. And that was the intent, and encourage a mix of uses, but also to deliver public benefits that really were commensurate and appropriate for the range of densities. That was true with the CBD zones as well. You had a list of amenities that were provided, but there wasn't a point system. It was a negotiated and a proffered system before. And the CR zoning classifications, really, again, this neighborhood, town, and then kind of the metro settings really started to go into the transitional areas. The map on the right, I borrowed this from the presentation you're going to see in September, which starts to show how we've transitioned and applied CR zones throughout the county, and the majority of these are up the corridors. So you'll see that they're up 355 and 270. They're also still in some of the central areas and some of the larger sites that we've seen throughout the county. And again, the purpose of the incentive zones was really to facilitate the infill development. And they do really occupy a small geographic area, but it's the majority of the new development that we've seen has been in the CR zones, the CR family of zones. And we've been applying those since 2014, but the first comprehensive review of both the point system and the CR zones has been in place since 2010. So again, this is a presentation you're going to see in September about an update to the guidelines. And so with each CR zone, let me rephrase that. The CR zone and the CRT zone, if you go optional method, you have to provide public benefits. And those public benefits are listed. I know some of the board members have received an update about the point system. You're going to get another refresh of that in September. But the update is really looking at how those are really equitably applied in the zone itself. Because I think what we've found is that just the development in general, just by doing your development, you can pretty much max out your points, and it's a pretty small bucket list of public benefits that are being applied. So one of the things that the incentive zones was intended to do really was streamline the regulatory review. And I streamlined by saying, here's our list of benefits, instead of negotiating, instead of having the proffers, and speed that up. And it's, in some cases that has been true, in some cases that has not been true. And in another one of the slides, you'll see that the master plans, probably in about 2015, 2016, started highlighting the priorities for public benefits. And so instead of staff negotiating this list, staff would look at the master plan as well to see what was the most important. In some cases, it was open space. Some cases, it was affordable housing. Could be all the above. And in other areas, it could be small business. A number of things that were listed in that point system.
So in a standard method, you didn't have the point system. Point system is just used in the optional
That's correct.
method. So in the standard method, it was by negotiations?
So in the standard method, you still have requirements for percentage of open space and some other design elements. But there was no evaluation of a point system, so you're correct. That really wasn't part of it. And so what this slide is really trying to show you is that there are thresholds in terms of getting from standard method to optional method. And once you go above that minimum threshold, then you have to provide the public benefits that equate to what your densities are. The image up on the top, and I just shared this because I don't know how much or how familiar everyone is with FAR. But if a site, a gross tract area of a site is a 1 FAR, you could essentially say it's 100% of the lot coverage. And that's at 1 story. Or if you took half of that and went 2 stories, that's still a 1 FAR, but it's 50% of the lot coverage. And then as you keep going, 25% if you only take up a quarter of the site, but it would be going up 4 floors. So how sites are designed and the FAR that's assigned to them is really dictated by the size of the site and how that building can be oriented and situated on the site. And then the CR zone designations, this is an example for a CRT site. You see these a lot, and I'm hoping that we've explained it well enough for you, but if you have a CRT2, C1, R1.5, and an H60, you can read that here, but the overall density that you can put on a site is a 2 FAR. The overall commercial you can put on that site is only a 1 FAR, and as you continue on, residential is a 1.5. In a lot of the master plans, when we evaluate the zoning designations, we have started what we call equalizing the zone to make it even more flexible. So if you have a CRT2 we've started looking at this and saying maybe the C should be 2, the R should be 2, and then the height is 60. That way, it's really market-driven. And so the opportunity to be even more flexible, I think, is in place when we look at the master plans. And I would encourage the board to really kind of dive into that when we do start looking at the zones, because if we've identified something as higher in commercial or higher in residential, there's usually a good reason for that. We see a lot of, especially if there's a predominance of residential on the edge of a certain geographic area that we want to maintain, and maybe not put as much commercial there, then we would want to look at a designation like this that really starts to be more specific. But we would need to indicate that to the board to say, this is why we're being specific with that particular zoning designation. Any questions so far? I know I'm going fast for everyone here, but so under the optional method of development, you do have, again, it's a point system, and based on the density that you're providing, and I'm not going to go through the graph, but the tract size, the density, meaning the FAR, you have a certain minimum public benefit points and a certain minimum number of benefit categories to apply. So one of the other slides that I have in here shows that at sketch plan, and a lot of times the board sees a sketch plan, it's really evaluating the categories. It's not evaluating the points at the time. But we do look at the points to make sure that they're on track to be able to achieve that. And there's a number of categories, whether it's environment, housing, that apply to this, and then there's subcategories under that really get you the public benefit points. And again, these are the zones that they would apply to for the optional method of development. And I've noted in the last bullet here that a lot of the master plans have started to prioritize certain public benefits. And it's really intended to provide the staff and the public and the consultants an opportunity to look at those public benefits and say, this is what we really wanted. And that's because we've heard from different community groups, we've heard from council and from the board as to what you think the priority is for that area.
Mr. Cronenberg, in
Yes, sir.
September, will your team go over the formula?
Yes.
Like a formula
Yes.
on how everything is computed?
We
Okay.
will, yes.
All right, thanks.
I'm sorry, I know this is the briefing, but yes, they'll go in a
No,
lot
it's
more
fine,
detail.
because it has been a curiosity to me on how it is calculated. And so I
Yes,
just
we can do that.
And when there is more, if they have like FAR 2, that is more than what their land can allow to build, can they sell those additional FAR? Do you sort of regulate how much they can sell or where they can sell, or
So
how
the-
that is decided?
The short answer is yes. You can transfer your development rights if you chose to, and you'd have to identify where that site would, the site that would be receiving that density.
Okay.
You'd have to identify that at the time
I
of the
see.
sketch plan. The only instance where you can go above what we call the mapped height, so if 2 is the mapped height in the zone, and that's the maximum that you can do, the only way that you can go above that is through affordable housing. So if
I
you
see.
provided more affordable housing than is shown, then there's a formula as to how much density that
see.
you can achieve
Correct.
and go above that.
Thank you.
So some examples of optional method projects. This is the Blair's site, and it's interesting because the Blair's actually was a CBD zone before. This application went to the planning board, got approval under the CBD zone, and then came back under the CR zones when it got remapped. And there's some benefits to going to the CR zone. Not necessarily more density, but some of the public benefits that you're providing, but also some reduced parking that might be applied to it. So there are some benefits in what we sometimes see from older zones to the CR zones. And this just gives you an idea of the amount of development that was approved. It's almost 4 million square feet that was approved. We've only seen a few developments. I think the Pearl, which is shown below here, was the first building that came in under the Blairs. This was always intended to be a 10 to 15-year build-out, for a master plan. But what this is also showing is on the left was a master plan, and we don't have too many big sites like this that come in. But at a sketch plan phase, the middle slide for what you're seeing where it says block F1, block F2, that's really what a sketch plan should be showing you. And it should be showing you massing, building heights, densities, and overall relationship, and a review of the categories for the public benefits, so that when it does get to the site plan level, then what you see on the bottom right is really the level of detail and design that we see. So there is a level of detail that does go into the sketch plan, but it's intended to be conceptual and massing in nature, so that when you get to the detailed site plan phase, that we can focus on those elements. That said, I know we see some plans come in where it's sketch, preliminary, and site, and those are really more speed to market type applications. And so we're reviewing all of these things in one application. Another example, this is the Marriott site in downtown Bethesda, and just shows you the gross tract area, some of what they went up to 290 feet in height. It's all commercial. One of the major components in this as part of a public benefit was this mid-block connection. And it separates the two, the office component and their hotel component. And, you know, there were points given for not only this mid-block connection, but also reduced parking, but some of the streetscape improvements. And in all optional method projects, we get utilities placed underground, especially in the central business districts. So you can see some of the other ones, minimum parking, bike share. Almost every application that's optional method has to do a BLT, which is a building lot termination. And then this one really focused on energy conservation as well and building design. Most of you are familiar with the optional, or with United Therapeutics. The picture on the far right was taken yesterday. We got a wonderful tour with the interns, both from Prince George's County and from Montgomery County, and in the connector that goes over the Cameron Street right away. And this one I bring up because the amount of energy efficiency that was provided on this building site was just extreme. It's a net zero building, meaning what they're producing on site is what they consume. So they're essentially off the grid, and that's because they have geothermal wells underneath their building. And they do like to say that they got the state law changed, and that helped us actually get our geothermal wells here in this building done, and that's true. So the middle slide shows you they do have a pool in the atrium, and that is their heating, cooling. But all of these kind of factor into a lot of the public benefits, I think, for not only a building, but a specific area.
So, Robert, when you said they had the law changed to get more tax relief for geothermal, what?
So wells underneath the building historically were never permitted. And so for them to actually have wells drilled underneath the building had to go through a state law change. And so to have, I want to say they had hundreds of wells underneath there, and I think it was primarily because you had to have access to those wells. And in this case, the geothermal, it cools and heats the building through, that's one of the ways it's cooling and heating. And they have solar, they have other methods and means to do what they're doing here. And again, this one had a lot of artwork with it, and minimum parking, and the plaza area, they definitely go overboard with their design. And it's always, it's a funky design, but I think it's definitely a refresh for the area that they're in. And then one more optional method project that I think is, we use quite a bit in terms of our promotions, but Pike and Rose is another optional method project that, a great project that replaced an old shopping center. Some of the amenities that are there that are part of the CR zone and the point system were artwork, streetscape, the mid-block connections, design. There are quite a few other things that went into Pike and Rose, but that's another full, probably 10-year build out, if not longer, and they're actually doing that. And then I had one last slide to just share with you on a standard method project. This is a CRT zone. I put the densities, it's a 0.75, 0.5. This is Cabin John Shopping Center, and I'm sorry I didn't put that up there, but Cabin John Shopping Center, it's an older shopping center off Seven Locks Road, and this application actually punched through some of the retail so that they get housing in the back. And you can see here that the amount of housing was only a quarter FAR. But that was enough to accommodate the amount of townhomes in the back of this building while they renovated the rest of the shopping center and put in a little bit more. They did add 60,000 square feet of retail. Most standard method projects do not go, I mean, they don't provide a point system. There's no required amenities. In this case, it went through site plan review because they were asking for modifications to a build-to area, transparency, orientation requirements that are in the zoning ordinance. So they were required to come to the board for approval. And at that time, we still, the zone still has requirements for open space and many other things in development standards. But in this case, they went overboard and almost treated it like an optional method project to provide a lot of the amenities for natural surface, for playground areas, and the mid-block connection. So again, this is a very brief overview for you. I know it went fast, but I'm happy to answer any questions and come back to you with anything else that you'd like as well.
So what is the benefit? The standard method still applies,
Yes.
correct? So what is the benefit to developers or to us to go standard method? I don't know when you go standard, when you go optional. Optional, you could get more, I guess, height and more intensity. Is that correct?
That's correct, and I think one of my earlier slides showed that if your densities are lower than what the minimum thresholds are here, whether it's 0.5 or 10,000 square feet, I think, whichever, right
then
here.
You go
So if you stay within that threshold or underneath that threshold, then you really just go to building permit, unless you have to go through subdivision.
Oh,
So
they don't even have to come here?
not unless they're asking for things like Cabin John did, which was to change things that are development standards, and it required them to go through site plan. So in other cases, you would just go straight to permit, unless there were other requirements
So
that they had to
that's a very
satisfy.
fast, streamlined
Yeah.
process.
It would only go to Department of Permitting Services.
I did not know that.
And we do have some examples of those.
Does it happen a lot?
Not that often, no. I mean, one project that has come in that went straight to permit was the Octave, which is across from
I see.
the Alexander House in Silver Spring. But that was a conversion. So it converted from office to housing. And a beautiful project, but we didn't see it.
So many conversions from office to residential can go without coming to us and be streamlined?
Unless there's another requirement for them to meet. We would probably still have to evaluate their adequate public facilities to make sure that, there might be a school fee requirement.
I
There might
see.
be, the transportation would probably be less in terms of an impact with residential versus commercial. But that would be kind of an internal discussion in terms of APF.
Thank you.
Some of those come to the board, some of them don't.
I learned something good.
So just confirm, you said anything 0.5 FAR or less can stay standard?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. This is
And we'll have a lot more information to share with you in September, focused on the point system, but it definitely, to Commissioner Bartley's point, going through kind of the evaluation of the points, but the calculations as to how those are being applied as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so, but one of the reasons why it's hard to do standard, there aren't that many large pieces of land, right? If you
That's a
want-
big part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we have seen, I think the ones that might go standard might be some of the shopping centers that are converting.
Right.
But if they're trying to add residential into their program, then it's probably going to kick them into a different requirement. And there's that awkward threshold of standard versus optional, and,
Right.
how much do you max out on your optional method piece of it?
Great. So this is a question for both of you, that, so the goal of planning now is to have less than more parking. I don't know if anyone has done this analysis of, over the past 5 years or 10 years, whatever, parking utilization so that we can, even for developers, if they'll tell you, are they underbuilding, or overbuilding, or just got it just about right, in terms of utilizing, like if they did 1.2, are they using 1.2? If they did 0.7 near, like in North Bethesda, is that working okay? Do you have any sense of parking utilization?
I do think it's geographically based. And, even in Silver Spring, where you have a metro, you have bus systems that go into the downtown with the transit center. We still hear that the parking and we hear this a lot, that, in order for them to get financing for a residential project, they need to have at least one space per unit. And I think what we push for is definitely less than that. We've seen some instances where a larger development might come in and build the parking at a more maximum level that they need on their site. And if they own the site next to it, then they're definitely going to decrease that because they know that the parking demand isn't there for them. In a lot of the downtown areas, the public parking that is available doesn't necessarily accommodate the housing that we've seen. So it's definitely a discussion that we continue to have with every development that comes in, and we continuously try to reduce the parking. Some of the master plans and even the CR zone itself do provide incentives for reducing the parking. Especially if we identify it as kind of a constrained parking policy, which we did in Bethesda and in Silver Spring. And so the idea is to provide them some incentives on that, but it's a continuous discussion. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions or? Well, great.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank
That
you.
was
Thank
really-
you, Tanya. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Staff for, hanging in here with us.
Sure thing.
Have a good day. Yeah.